Hello! I'm just checking that my audio is set up correctly. Hold on. I think I'm good. Hello! Happy time zone, everybody! I missed you all last week. I missed streaming last week. It's nice to have structure in my day, and stream certainly helps with that. I kind of completely lost my grip on what day of the week it was for a minute there. I hope you were all feeling good. I hope you're all ready for a big one today, because we have 36 Pokemon to go, and it would be cool to get through 3 of them if we can, but I don't know. It depends on who you pick. So let's just get straight into the vote while everybody files in. You gotta be on time to be part of this first vote, because sometimes I'm in a hurry. So I'll get the vote started, and then I will show off what happened with the Pokemon from, I'm gonna probably say last week by accident, but I mean 2 weeks ago when we were last here. Today's vote. Here are the options. I'm gonna tell you what, guys, we have a little bit of shenanigans sprinkled through here today, but nothing outright deceptive, I don't think. So I do like to at least stick a warning on it. But yeah, we are definitely shenaniganing. Mischief is afoot. Theme. Okay, so your theme for today is one-eyed, one-horned, flying purple people eater. And that's what you get. So the colors of the squares do represent the Pokemon underneath each of the doors, and you will get to pick between 1, 2, 3, or 4 for this first one, and then we'll do 5 will be added in from the second vote onwards. So there we go. Get that poll started. Excellent. I'm doing the things. 3 is such a lovely shade of brown. Yeah, it's kind of got like a okay, tiny mouse. It's got kind of like a chocolatey, caramelly type of tone to it. Goodness knows it can't be replicated with yarn, but we do our best. 2 is bone coloured. 4 is purpley. All the shenanigans. That's right, RM McFrew, get on board. Purple taking a strong lead. Well, I felt bad that there was no real purple, so I made the background purple for you instead. You really want to vote for 5. It's such a pretty colour. Well, you will get your chance, because we at least normally vote for a second one. Though, again, I guess it does really come down to who you pick. If you pick a complicated enough one, there is never no chance. Never... Okay, sprinkle a bunch of negatives in, but basically there is always a chance that we won't get to a second one. But it hasn't happened in a while. The theme is one-eyed, one-horned, flying purple people eater. That is the whole theme. That's the theme you get. So we'll leave that on the screen, and then I've set something up, and I'm going to leave the vote open while I do this, because it might take a little trial and error to get it working correctly, because this is my first attempt at doing this. So we'll put the little mini vote on the screen, because you know us, we love ourselves a mini vote so that you can see it. And then I'm going to turn on another light, so I might become overexposed. Hold on. There we go. No, I'm not too bad. And I'm going to turn on this. And there's our boy. In the highest definition he has ever been seen on screen. That's right, guys. I got the high def cam working. Kind of. Like, it's not perfect, but it's pretty dang good. So that's Caterpickle. But I wanted to show you who we made last week. I know I'm not on screen at the moment. That's because we need the full screen for the full res of what's going on here. So from the week before the last stream, we had Faceplant the Weeping Bell. And we had Kickin' Nugget and Slow-Mo. Sometimes it's just really worth getting a good look at these guys. I still love Slow-Mo. Get off there, Kickin' Nugget. Yeah. With his shell, little teeth in there. Very pleased with that one there. That's those 3. And then last week, we made Eldoon, the Arbok. That's how his little chest face turned out. His little face turned out. And I did end up putting a little squiggle in. So there is Eldoon, our Arbok. And then we got most of the way through the Golduck, who we named Aqueduct. So, there he is. And I even remembered to put his little head gem on. So, he has the little webbing between his claws. Never have you before been able to see that I actually make them out of stitches. So, there is the stream crew. Sorry, Chicken Nugget. Or Kickin' Nugget. There you go. You can ride the snake. Oh, maybe not. Alrighty, that's enough of that. How do I turn this off again? Let's do it like this. And like this. And we'll turn that light off again. So yeah, hopefully I'll get that whole thing a little bit more streamlined. But assuming I can get it to work consistently, that we might do that on and off throughout so you guys can get a better look at things. I'm glad that you love them. Sorry, I couldn't look at chat while also managing all of that, but I'm getting all of your positive reinforcement now and it feels good. I think the theme might be has only one of a certain feature like onyx with one horn. Maybe. But in any case, I think the vote hath been cast. Let us close this off now and see who we are making first. Okay. Oh, it was a really close one. So number 4 was the winner at 29% of the vote. Then came number 1 at 27%, number 2 at 24%, and number 3 at 18%. So let's reveal who is behind door number 4. And Mr. Bones, I should have put money on it because I remember specifically telling you that they would pick number 4. You guys think you have free will? Nope. Yeah, the Purple Menace is absolutely one. So let us reveal who is behind door number 4. I just want to make sure I'm erasing the right thing. I think it's this. It is. So this fellow, I'm not sure he's shown up before. I would have to check my various things. I don't know if he's been offered to you before. But you all have picked Haunter. And the theme today is one-eyed, one-horned flying purple people eater, and you have picked purple. Do with that information what you may. So yeah, Haunter is going to be our 116th Gen 1 Pokemon. So let's reset all of this. Let's get rid of that. I'm going to use the same page as because I started Golducky on here last week, but there's still so much room. It's because we didn't want to do leave Arbok on the screen long term because snakes were making people uncomfortable. And I can work around that. So the only downside to this is the color I used for Gengar, they don't make it anymore. So I think I had a small amount of it set aside. Yeah, it's on the shelf behind me, so I will go rescue that. And we'll be using, like, we have to be very careful and we cannot Megapod this guy because we don't have the yarn for it. Don't get me wrong, there's, like, we definitely have enough yarn for this one, but, like, I'm also trying to save it for Ghastly. And I don't have a firm grip on what that actually looks like yet. So there we are. I'm turning a sprite on for you guys so you can see him. Any second now. There he is. Hey, buddy. And then I'm going to go retrieve that yarn. Hold on one second. I should get a different chair. Sitting on a hard rubber ball is an interesting choice at times. So we're back. What, really? Why would they do that? I don't know, Andy. So yeah, that's Gengar, who is honestly, I think he was the first one we made as part of any of like the gaming series, but we might have done the evolutions genuinely might have been first. I also did the starters on the channel. Anyway, we've done some Pokemon. I think of Gengar as the first, but I don't know if he was actually the first. I just know that the notes are on Patreon and the mouth is apparently impossible to replicate. So I feel bad about that, but I haven't had a chance to go back yet. Anyway, let's draw us a little ghosty friend. Oh, okay, let's open up the Discord. Mr. Bones is on it with the butt pics. Oh, I'm having a little hydrate and dihydrate. Getting overexcited. The theme is one-eyed, one-horned, flying purple people eater. That is correct. And y'all have picked purple. Huge surprise. Though, to be fair, there wasn't a stream last week, so you haven't gotten your fix in a little bit. This one here is kind of an... I'm not sure. I'm not sure about this shape. I'm a little scared of this shape, and not because he's a ghost, right? It's just like, it's kind of like a wisp, but then I know that there's lots of sneaky spikes, right? You just know there's sneaky spikes. Oh, actually, you know what? Looking at him from the top, it doesn't look like there are sneaky spikes. It looks like there's 3 on either side, and that's kind of it. So that's a win. Because Gengar was all well and good, right? Until you realize he has like a whole bunch of sneaky spikes on the back, and then you just spend forever making spikes. It's important to remember, this guy is mischievous, not mean. And there is a difference. I'm not super happy with the proportions I'm pulling off here. So it looks like he has 4 teeth on the top and 4 teeth on the bottom, but they're kind of spaced very differently. And then he's got these little claws, which I will be making as separate pieces, but I'll be like anchoring them to the main body so they all stay together. Like I've thought about that. What's up, love?
I'm getting a lot of conflicting reports on the tail, seeing different things where it's spiky or it's not, or it's like...
I think he's just meant to be like a wisp, like when you've pulled cotton candy or something.
Yeah, I think it's actually...
I hate this picture. I hate it.
Brushed. But like one thing that I think a lot of the pictures do wrong is his head and them as a ball, and then they've added the spikes to it.
Yeah.
Where it's very clear in the sprite that he's got like the triangle flat head.
You got a nice flat head. Yeah, no, he definitely has
eyebrow ridges that turn into spikes.
I concur.
I'm
just drawing a different perspective because I like it better.
My current going theory is the 2 main spikes off the top of his head, they're actually elongated brushed eyebrows.
He's a fancy. You know what it reminds me of? 90s and early 2000s cat animations coming out of, like the 2-dimensional cat animations coming out of Disney. Like with the way they always, like those tufts off the side of the jaw. Yeah. And it's definitely like 3 fingers in like a claw or a paw. Sorry guys, I'm going with my freestyled sketch, but I'll stick to the sprite a little bit more when I'm doing the actual stitching. There we go. Got some little purple teeth. And I think the mouth is going to be pretty easy. I think that's basically just a pink square sewn on, maybe a little bit of a purple edge to help it blend in. And then just stitch purple teeth over the top of it, so I won't have to worry too much about that. There he is. Can his name be Rar? Well, Mr. Bones does keep track of the names, and there will be a vote when we finish making him, so Rar is totally cute. Scanning through chat. Yes, okay, cool. So now I just sort of need to work out what his actual shapes are, and thankfully some of these references are pretty good. Alright, so that's a pretty good one. So it looks like he's going to be like a little teardrop. Maybe with some picots around the sort of the tip of the tail to help it be a little bit spiky. then I can make the head slightly flatter to go with like the original sprite, but it looks like the 3D models do, as Mr. Bones pointed out, have that more rounded shape to them. So I'm going to give it maybe a little bit of a flattening. The flattening. And I also have to remember to put the eyes in, but the eyes need to go in like here. So that's kind of like the first piece we'll be making. And we won't be making it very big. At most it's going to be like this big. Then we'll make a big stripe, and possibly 4 medium stripes, possibly 2 medium and 2 small. We'll see how we feel. So these would be pieces that get sewn on along sort of that axis. And then we have these hands, which are going to be pretty easy, honestly, as long as I don't go too big. The smaller I keep it, the easier it'll be. Because a lot of my tricks, they only work when they're really little. So we'll do that. And then I might even do a big triangle overlay piece for the eyebrow. I haven't decided yet. And the mouth, we'll make a pink square with purple around the edge, potentially. I'm thinking about it. Because I definitely want it to look like it's part of the face. And then, yeah, like I was mentioning, we'll stitch some little purple teeth on. But yeah, I think that's really all there is to this little fella. So, contour. And creating 6. I'm just going to jot down some notes real quick. I think I understand that he's a teardrop, and I'm talking about giving him like a flat top of the head. But honestly, he strikes me as very square for some reason. I think that I'm going to go with a triangle, because it makes more sense from a logical perspective, but he does strike me as square. So, yeah, we'll go up to 12. How's your flathead, flathead? Mini Tot, Pidge needs a smaller friend. Well, I need to leave myself somewhere to go for Ghastly, because I don't want to end up with like a tiny Haunter and a massive Ghastly. I'd rather have Ghastly be like Pidgey Tot size. Speaking of which, the downside to the Pidgey Tot thing is I'm still not entirely sure where our Pidgey Tot is. He's so little and he was so much fun to play with, and now he's gone. Like, I hope he comes home soon because I miss him. But, yeah. It's fine. Like, I know he hasn't left the building, if that makes sense. This was Doppelganger. And Ghastly we haven't made yet, so there is no name. You want to name him Phillips because he's got a flat head and it's ironic. A little Phillips screwdriver. Pidgey Tot was helping with the Easter stuff, maybe? He's been missing since before that. The problem is that he's so little, he easily could have just like fallen down inside a jar or a container of some kind. And with what's been going on with Crafting and Clash, there was a lot of pieces moving around. I'm pretty sure I didn't scoop him up with the rest of the spare pieces, though. Like, that's one thing I am pretty sure of, but he also was in my hair for a while, which means that I could have, like, put him down in any number of places around the house when I removed him from the hair. Okay, this is just me remembering how to crochet because it's been a couple of weeks. Okay, we got it. It's just like riding a bicycle using nothing but fingers. Ghastly is very tetrahedron. Yeah, so I'm going up to 12 stitches around, and then I'm going to start like encouraging a triangular shape. Because I'll work up like a big triangular at the top of the head, and then we'll swoop it out for the main bulb and scooch it on in for the tail. Crafting and Clash was great. Oh, I'm glad you liked it. I can't believe it's over. It's just like we worked so hard on it for so long and it was using up every scrap of free time, and then it was just sort of done. Oh, what happened to my wrist? Oh, nothing happened to my wrist. My wrist, I woke up with it and it had a texture on it, and I'd rather it didn't have the texture on it, so I picked at it, and then it had more texture on it, and so I've band-aided it up so that I stopped picking at it. So, yeah, that is all, and they just don't make band-aids that blend with me. These are human-coloured, apparently. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's just like little pimple things. 1, 2, 3, and a corner. One, 2, 3. The good news is we found a haunter and named it Phillips. The bad news, it's a girl haunter. It's a girl nickel! Man, yeah, I'm gonna go back and watch that again. I need to like refill on Fairly Odd Parents. You're also not quite human color. I don't think anybody is this color. No one is this. Well, I mean, sorry. To anybody who is this, I'm gonna stop talking about human colors. All colors are great. I think we all know that we'd all rather be purple. You were singing your shiny teeth in me this week. You know what else? Okay, so Fairly Odd Parents had some bops in it, but you know what show had just unreasonably good music for what it was? This is going to come as no surprise to anybody. Phineas and Ferb, okay? The songs in that hit way harder than they have any right to. It's ridiculous. And I watched that show basically as an adult the first time I saw it, so this isn't me just like applying a layer of nostalgia to it. It's almost time for new Phineas and Ferb. Oh, I am still like not sure. I'm not sure. I'm trying to extend benefit of the doubt here. I don't think I'll seek it out. I'll see if it finds me, if you know what I mean. So please stop the rain dances. Tornado Kate, I promise I have not been dancing. And if I have been dancing, I've been dancing for me, because like we need that rain. I'm just really enjoying it not being 1,000,000 degrees anymore. Mr. Bones, stop dancing. S-I-M-P, squirrels in my pants. Exactly. You somehow missed that show and you're mad? You should watch it, seriously. The songs, man. The music sticks with you. I'd be like, oh no, I'm overselling it. It's like, I'm not overselling it. It's a great show. It's like, who thought that, right? Anyway, sorry. We like the name Nightshade? You used bobby pins as stitch markers for the first time today and you're never going back. They're amazing. Yes, another one. We got one. But seriously, like, they are superior. They are superior to stitch markers, with maybe the slight use case of if you're trying to store something long term. But even then, the way they pinch in, so you don't have to worry about them slipping free, but they slide out real easy. It's just like, it's just like the bobby pins are superior, I'm sorry. Once you used the Phineas and Ferb soundtrack to get through an overdue art video assignment, I had to specifically skip the I Gave Up song though. Yeah, that's probably for the best. You are welcome, Confused Paladin. That sounded very blamey, but I just want to say you are welcome, because you know what you can't buy a pack of like 200 of for like $5? Stitch markers. You can get bobby pins like that though. You can buy them by the wagon load. Well, not a literal wagon, but like a proverbial wagon. Is it proverbial? Metaphorical wagon? You can get a whole bunch of them. You can get a whole bunch of them, and so if they like disperse, they disperse, and then you just get another bucket full. Dang it, I've got squirrels in my pants stuck in my head, alright? I blame all of you. You did this to me. else. But we're fine. We're fine. That and like Queen of Mars, I get stuck in my head all the time. That's okay though. We're reining it in. We're not. We're not starting to sing along. Confused Paladin, I understood. I'm sorry. You're fine. You liked the Little Clover brand ones? That's fine. People are allowed to be wrong. No, obviously. Okay, look, you're allowed. Like what you like, friends. I am a little bit of a MacGyver at heart. And so, like, if I can feel like I've cobbled together a solution from, like, unexpected materials, I get a greater sense of achievement than if I just have the right tool for the job. And bobby pins fit that role for me. Okay. So I think that's the top of his head. I'm actually worried I've gone a little small, but the spikes will add a little bit of width to him. So I think I might go one little teeny weeny bit bigger, up to 21, and then we'll just do some stitches around to create the head. I do think the whites are kind of a very dominant part of the eyes as well, so I'm not sure if I want to do like, I'm not going to use 20 mils for them obviously, but see how I've just done like the little edge of red to them? I could do the eyes on Haunter like that with just like the big plastic eye, or the slightly smaller plastic eye, and just that little edge of white to them. Or I could do like an actual white piece with the eye through it and sew that on. It'll get a better shape to it, and I'll be able to do it afterwards instead of trying to work out where they go on the body now, which I also like. So maybe that's what I do. In any case, I gotta keep this ticking over. We got things to do today. By things, I mean Pokemon. Because like with this, we have 36 to go, and that's including Haunter in that number. Which means that if we could just get like 3, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, if we could just get 3 done every stream, we're 12 weeks away from being finished. Gen 1 anyway. Obviously there's still like 1,000 more to go. It's always really great when you work on a project for like 2 years and then everything you've worked on is actually just kind of a rounding error. But why did your mind read Bob? Oh, okay, I'm not saying that. I had to go back to verify that you read wrong. Yeah, we're saying Bobby with the double B. 5, cool. And then the next, why is this not mathing correctly? Like, what did I do to make it wrong? Alright, so then 1, and then 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, that's what I did. Hey. The answer was I couldn't count to 5. Pupil blinking. Oh no. Haunter does blink normally because his eyes fully close when he laughs. Okay. I hate that we have to check that now for every single Pokemon to see if they do the cursed pupil blink. Though, honestly, if anybody does the cursed pupil blink, I think I'm the most okay with it being Haunter, if that makes sense. Is Pidgeotto in the trash can? Well spotted, sir. Or ma'am. Sorry, I didn't mean to gender someone. Yeah. He be nestin'. He heard of Pidgeot's disappearance, and so he's fortified his position. He does blink normally? Excellent. They look comfy. They do! They're just like, they're a blob. Have you seen those like little birds that like, they look like they're a round thing, but then they sit in someone's hand and they just go deflate? So I'm like, yes, that is how I have always seen the Pidgeline. Alright, we're up to 21. Is he nesting the tot? He is not, I've checked. It's like those videos you see of like the chickens that have adopted every like small fluffy thing for like a 3-mile radius, and they're trying to fish like kittens out from underneath the broody hen. It's like, no, that's not the scenario we're facing here right now. Your last name suggestion is Bazinga, the thing from Shell when he's pranking someone. Oh, okay, Bazinga, I get it. I've lost track of the name conversation, I'm sorry, but I know Mr. Bones is keeping track. Got distracted by Slime and Slash's live stream and almost forgot this one. Hi, Grim Squirrel! Ah, yes. Mr. Bones, when you get a moment, we would love to see the current name list, though we don't need to, like, there's not like a lot of pressure on it right now because we are still pretty early into this fellow. Watch the tot show up randomly in the background. Jen, I wish I was doing a bit right now because I genuinely don't know where tot is. I am worried. I am worried for the boy. Yeah. I'm very much freehanding this. I'm not putting a great deal of thought into it. I'm just letting the hands kind of do what they want to do. Every so often I like to do one of these so people know that it is actually the same thing. Not that I think that there should be conspiracies or anything like that. It's just like, I know that there's two different cameras and I've seen the internet do weirder things with weirder things, but like, yeah, no, this is happening. I feel like the hair clip was the last time we saw the tot. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. But I have seen the tot since then. But I was like moving a lot of stuff around. Like I've recently cleared the desk next to me here, and there's a bunch of Pokemon up on that shelf, and he could be squished behind some of them. Or he could have ended up back in the Pokebag where he goes. But I don't know for sure, and that makes me uncomfortable.
Floating base.
Oh. Mr. Bones has made us a stand, which is very nice of him. Menace the Third? I'll say, like, if any of them are suitable to be named Purple Menace, I kind of feel like this is your guy. You want to name Ghastly Rick?
Rick Ghastly.
Oh, I get it. That's funny because I've got Gengar here chanting Gengar, Gengar, Gengar. Hey. Gotta be careful though, he does tend to lick everything and it gets super inappropriate super quickly. And we're just not that kind of stream. Not for the first few hours anyway. They were thirsting the name Menace, but now he has to be Menace the Third. Who were the first two Menaces? Oh, Flushed Phoenix, I'm so sorry. That's rough. You accidentally shared on multiple social medias, a secret project that you've been working on, a shawl, and didn't realize Insta went to Facebook and Threads as default. Mine doesn't, but I don't know if I've turned that off, or it's just that I created mine before that was a thing.
They call me Ace. Men Ace.
Menace. Menace. I think I'm going to sweep the back out. Sweep the leg, sweep the leg. Nope, we're going to sweep the back out. It's just a pile a bunch of increases along this back bit. We're going to increase and 2 increase 3s, then an increase, and that uses up 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5, leaving us with 16 stitches. And we'll work that as 16 stitches. They'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to it, so we will be up to 27. The current name list is Rar, Piccolo, Phillips, and Menace. He didn't say mayonnaise. Oh, it's because people were thirding Menace. I get it. I understand. Thirsting Menace. I was just like, okay, cool. So they want it. Got it. Mayonnaise the Haunter. I suppose it's true that now you do have the internet holding you accountable potentially to get that shawl done. But still, it's not nice to have like something like wrest out of your control like that. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm really worried that Haunter's going to end up exactly snack-sized for the actual menace. Is mayonnaise a Pokemon? Not to my knowledge. I'll admit that I'm a little bit fuzzy after Gen 4. But, okay, I've maybe swooped a little early. But maybe he is just a really tiny guy. I'm probably going to force this to work, not going to lie. So that's 1 spike, that's 2 spikes, 3 spikes. So we do need to keep moving the head down for a while. So we probably don't want to swish too much. I swished a lot very early there. Sorry guys, I'm having thoughts and they're warring with my ability to chatter. Yeah, I think I need to go back and add more rows of 21 single crochet. I don't want to do too much of that today, like the frogging thing, because I want to keep on pace. I want to be done with... Like, Haunter is small enough and simple enough that we should be able to be, like, done with him by the 2-hour point. That's the plan anyway, so... Mayonnaise is not a Pokemon, horseradish is not a Pokemon either. Haunter fits in Ginga's mouth and Ghastly fits in Haunter's mouth. I can just see them like doing a family performance at a festival of some kind, and it's just Gengar waddles on stage and goes bleh, and like out pops Haunter, and Haunter goes bleh, and out pops Ghastly, and that's their like big entrance. Hi Makona Bob! You're not that late, we've only been going for like half an hour. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, and we'll go around again. Cursed Russian nesting dolls, yeah. Little Matryoshka action. Togepi? You want to name Togepi Mayonnaise? Oh, that's funny. If they had to size up as evolved forms, then Butterfree would be huge. That's true, Butterfree would be huge, and I ain't making Butterfree again. We are done with that line. That's the beauty of it's the only way I can talk myself into doing some of these Pokemon, because like some of them are really hard. Is I just tell myself that like once they're done, they're done. You don't have to do them again. And that is surprisingly powerful motivation. At least in this context. I do have a reason to Pidgeotto Ghastly. And I honestly might anyway, because Ghastly I can already tell is going to be like hypothetical. The week we make insert Venusaur or Gyarados or whatever here, you know. The week we make that one of those, it's just like I still don't want to do just one a week. So sorry, I'm a little all over the place today. I don't want to make just one a week, even if it is a super complicated one, and so I'm saving up ones like Ghastly and Kabuto. Mr. Bones' breakfast smells really good. Ghastly and Kabuto to like be like filler Pokemon that we can make in like less than an hour, and they're relatively simple, and so they take some of the stress away. Ghastly's just a sphere with tendrils. Not even. Ghastly is literally just a sphere with like a poof, big cloud attached to him, And I already know I'm outsourcing that cloud to Mr. Bones, if he's around on the day. Oh yes, motivated by hate, perfect for the ghosts, huh? I do like the ghosts though. No, not filler as in less important. Filler as in I know he can be done very well in the space of 60 minutes. That's what I mean by filler. That's all. Like, I have been saving him because he's special for that reason. In fact, I wish I'd been thinking a bit more about that as we went, because I probably would have tried to save up things like Electrode and Diglett for those moments too. Instead of being like, oh, I can get through 4 Pokemon in a stream. It's just like, yeah, but they're all balls. Now what? Quick build, exactly. Alright, cool. So this will look a little bit more wide once he's got like spikies, mouth, and swoosh. So the swoosh is 2 full rows further down now, which I think is good. My goodness, I'm not closing off already. We'll close off after the next row. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we'll do 2 increases to keep the back flaring out okay. And I think they will just be regular increases. I don't think they'll be 3-in-1s because I don't really want it to curl upwards unless I do. No, I don't. I might curl it upwards later, but for now I don't want it curling upwards. It's 1. Ow. Oh, I miscounted something. Hold on. 1, 2, 5. That should be 5. And then it should be 1, 2, 3, 4 plus 16 is 20. Bringing us to 29, which is just a really obnoxious number of stitches to have. But if we can count on any of them to be obnoxious, Haunter's our guy, you know? What about when I, excuse me, inevitably get to Venusaur or Blastoise that both easily could take only one stream, even if paired with an easier one? Well, that's why you pair it with an easier one, because, like, I can pretty comfortably stream for 6 or 7 hours, and Venusaur, as complicated as he is at most a 6-hour build. So if I then have Ghastly with him, Ghastly's a ½ hour max. So like that's kind of what I mean about like keeping some of those like simplistically perfect Pokemon rather than calling them filler for those moments. Best of luck with Haunter. Good night. Well, night, Sketchwolf. Haunter's not getting fluffed. Which, by the way, is a verb that means farted here. So yeah, and like I understand that we've got, I think when I'm thinking about the complex ones, I'm thinking Venusaur, Blastoise, Arcanine makes that list for me, Gyarados. I think that's it. So feasibly those 4 Pokemon, I can see them needing a pretty significant amount of time. Like Venusaur, for example, is just so many pieces. Gyarados, so many details. It's just like these, it's obvious why these ones are potentially going to take as long as I think they're going to take. But it's not insurmountable. And I've had moments before where I've like surprised myself, or I have been surprised. Like, while I don't think Charizard came out perfectly, he came out significantly faster than I thought he was going to. So that's a fun trade-off. Don't mind that. And Arcanine I'm nervous about, but also I think Growlithe turned out really good. And so as long as I like just refresh myself on the techniques I used for Growlithe, I think I should be okay with Arcanine, even though I think that he feels really complicated because of the textures. Zapdos, see that's the thing about Zapdos. I think Zapdos is pointy, which is a details thing, but they're not a bunch of different colors. They're not a bunch of different shapes. They're not a bunch of different forms that need to be designed. Zapdos just has a lot of work in him, but it's not 5 hours of work. He's a 3-hour build max. At least, I've estimated some of these. I can be off by up to an hour, and normally I just dump them in ranges. But, like Haunter, for example, he's a 1 to 2 hour build. We're at 47 minutes now. We're nearly finished his head. And he's got some, like a handful of details. He's going to be 1 to 2 hours. And if I hadn't been chatting away, I possibly, and like with the votes at the start and stuff, and like really been on, I probably could have gotten him done in an hour. Whereas like with Ghastly, I know he's getting done in less than an hour. There's no way that little ghosty marble takes any longer than that. There we go. Sorry, I'm just trying to work out where the start of my row is and I just found it. That's why we move our stitch markers, because once you've done a bunch of increases and stuff, it doesn't become super obvious all the time. Arcanine as a pseudo-legendary would make a great last Pokemon. I've been thinking about that. I think I'm going to pull out 5 or so that I think would make really good final Pokemon. And we might just have to do wheels for the last couple of weeks so that like there's no... Yeah. Like I don't think I'm going to like hold back one specifically, but I think I'm going to control who the potential pool of final Pokemon are. Not that I haven't controlled every choice along the way, but I'm going to try and actually put some thought into it instead of just being like, I feel like making these ones this week. Haunter is a little fart. That is correct. Let's stuff this a little bit. Just a little bit. I want to see how much of a thumb he is. Alakazam. Honestly, I think Kadabra is more complicated than Alakazam. I was looking at him last night. For unrelated reasons. Though we have to break open that Abra line at some point. I might have to force the issue soon because I don't want our last 3 Pokemon to be Abra, Kadabra, Alakazam. You know what I mean? Just like that, I've got Lady Gaga's Abracadabra stuck in my head, but we're okay. We are strong, we can make it through this. Do I want to, like, just really chipify him and make that, like, the length of his tail? And just, like, close him off here and just have him be a little bean? Maybe we can make these little spikies. It's a very small spiky. I think I do want to beanify him a little bit. I think that tail is relatively proportionate with what he is. But maybe I put a Pico there in this next round so that he has like one little spike. Close it off a little bit on the subsequent round. I don't know. I'm undecided about putting any little like tail spikies on him. I feel like it's one of those details, kind of like with the fingers. They work in their simplest forms. They don't need a lot of over embellishment. I'm worried that like adding Picos is forcing an unnecessary level of detail. But we are going to close this off a little bit more. So I'm going to go single crochet around to the other side to about here. Which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 stitches. 12 stitches left in the row. So 29 take 12 is 17? I'm pretty sure it's 17. I can do math. And then we have 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I want to decrease this nice and evenly. Does he have kind of like an underbite? No, it's just a pretty smooth Bob's Burgers type of character. So let's decrease there and there and there and there. So 1 decrease 1. And then 2 repeats of a single crochet and a decrease. And we'll mirror it just to give it... Honestly, we could probably get away with not doing stuff like that, but I feel like being a little fancy today. Current name list is still Rara, Piccolo, Phillips, and Menace. One of the Pidgeot line is in the trash bin, but not Pidgey. Oh yeah, it's Pidgeot. And sorry, I do know that it's Pidgeot. I just think Pidgeot's more fun to say. Hi.
Hey, beautiful. I have a theory.
Is it a demon?
It is a bit of a demon, actually.
That's not how the line goes. Go on.
Yeah, a dancing demon.
Something isn't right there. Okay, go.
I think that Ditto used to be the apex predator.
Okay.
And the reason why I believe that is because there are many Pokemon who have evolved counters to Ditto.
I actually know Ditto's actual lore.
Yeah?
If you're interested in that, he is not the apex predator, but go on.
So Haunter has blinking pupils as well.
Oh no.
And a lot of Pokemon have blinking pupils, and I believe the reason why is because their eyes are actually...
They're pretending to be Dittos so that they don't get eaten.
No, it's not that they're pretending to be Ditto. It's that they've got these large white sections around their eyes, because if they didn't have those, then Ditto would be able to flawlessly mimic them.
Oh, okay.
And so Haunter has these because like his eyes are actually just little dots, but he's got these large whites of his eyes. That way Ditto can't... blend in with them. And that's because Ditto used to be much more scary until a bunch of Pokemon evolved this way.
I think Ditto is actually a series of failed experiments or byproducts of them trying to clone Mew. I believe this is all laid out in the first Pokemon movie that they released, which scarred a lot of us forever.
I remember watching it, but I don't remember being scarred by it.
The little Pikachu zapping the stone statue of Ash over and over again, trying to bring him back to life.
No, I don't remember that. It was a long time ago, though. Like, I watched it in movie theatres.
Yeah, I think I did too.
So
or just shortly after movie theatres.
I was a very small human at the time.
So yes, the tiniest of humans.
I still had Flash at that point.
Oh my goodness, that was a long time ago. Just wanted to confirm, Pidgey is definitely not in the bin. Pidgetot, however, is very pleased with himself. Alrighty, and we're up to the decrease part of our game here. I know I haven't put eyes in yet. I think that's because I've decided to do white backing pieces, which means I can just sew them on with a little bit more control after the shape is fully formed. A decision I may yet come to regret. That's the fun bit about decisions. Sometimes you get to regret them. Ditto is pudding. Okay, I love all the people referencing bunnies in the chat. Y'all get it. Because what's with all the carrots? Okay, and now we're at 25. And I'm thinking I'm just going to like close this off. We'll establish a little pointy point at the end of the tail here, which means we'll be doing some finagling. Just it be how it be. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4 stitches before then. So we'll go 4 single crochet, a decrease, a single crochet 3 together, and a decrease. So that should close off the little nib at the end of the tail, all right. Which uses 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stitches of our 25, leaving us with just 18. Yay! Okay. And 4 of those have already been used there, but I can incorporate those. Sorry, I might actually just draw a little diagram here. So this is kind of our shape, right? It's our cross section now, because like it's not a perfect round, it's a teardroppy, shapey thing. So we've got 1, 2, 3, and then we have and we're going to do our little decreases there. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 here. That's the start of our row. Then we have 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a pretty good representation of how our stitches are spaced at the moment. Ignoring that bit, we should have 18 stitches left. And if we ever wanted to go from 18 stitches down to 12 stitches, we would do the thing, you know, the thing. Single crochet and then decrease. And so I should fit a decrease in here at the start, and then I should space one there. Okay, so there is a little bit of a mirror imaging happening, but I think that's going to work really well for us. So to write this row down, we have 2 single crochet and a decrease. So it's like single crochet, decrease, single crochet, decrease, single crochet 3 together. Then we have decrease 1, decrease 1, decrease 1. So 3 repeats of that. And then we have 2 decreases, a single and a decrease. Messy, messy row, but you see when it's all like drawn out, it actually makes a lot of sense, I think, anyway. Zapdos really is pretty simple, just a lot of spikes. Yeah, so that's what I was saying about Zapdos is... He's not a 5-hour build. He's going to be unpleasant to build because of all of how many pointies he has. It's like, you know me, I'm not a huge fan of doing spikes, and because of that I kind of have a chip on my shoulder about electric types. But, like, once I work out how to do a triangle, there's not a lot of, like, intensively thought out design work to go there. It's just a bunch of, like, either do a bunch of picots or make a bunch of triangles or do a bunch of, like, flat pieces and sew them together. So it's like, that's not the kind of, like, thing I look for when I look for which designs are going to take the longest to actually come up with. It's like, what's funny is that Rhyhorn is one I'm having a really hard time. Is it Rhyhorn? Who's the baby one? Is it Rhyhorn and then Rhydon? That's what I think it is. So Rhyhorn is one that I am having actually a really hard time categorizing because he's covered in little frilly layers, and it's hard to kind of get a good grasp on what's going on under there anatomically. Which is kind of an important thing to know if you're going to be stitching it. Like, Rhyhorn is just full of secrets. But I'm also really pleased with how Rhyperia turned out, so... I've got to say, while I'm working on this, I'm also kind of low-key trying my best to come up with what video to do this week, because I've got a few options. I thought I would have slightly more of a gap between the end of Crafternoon Clash and having to, like, film my next chunk of content, and it didn't turn out that way because of a number of things. I'm the problem, it's me. But I still have to come up with something for this week, and I'm considering doing a Cobra pattern based on Arbok, or like a revising and redoing a version of the Sloth that I did for episode 4 of Crafternoon Clash, and putting that out there maybe. That's my current thoughts anyway. That's why his hair is so big. Is it full of secrets? Rhydon is second evolution. Dude, Rhyperia is way harder than Rhydon. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying, like, Rhyperia, like, don't get me wrong, it took me all day to do, but I'm really pleased with how he turns out. Rhydon, I'm not afraid of. I'm, like, Rhydon's fine. He's just basically slow, like, Kangaskhan, Rhydon, Nidoqueen, Nidoking. There was another one as well. Another big chunky one. Like, they're all the same base. They're the same pieces, they're just different colours. Like, once you see it, you can't unsee it. And so, like that one's not going to be a problem. But little Rhyhorn, the little frilly triceratopsy rhino type thing, he's like, if you really look at him, he's looking not quite as easy as you think. He just likes his tummy rubs. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, cool. We're down to 15 stitches apparently. Well, in theory. And I think I'm just going to, like, decrease normally now, but I'll do it base 5 just because we're already kind of there. Though I suppose that I could also use base 3. No, we'll use base 5. So 5 repeats of a single crochet and a decrease, which will get us down to 10, and then 5 decreases. We'll get us down to 5. And that is how you make the most basic teardrop shape take just over an hour to design. Nah, we're actually making pretty good time. We're doing okay. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Excellent. And then we just do one last row to finish this off. Let it be known, I am consciously skipping any kind of additional tail spikies because I feel like they would be a level of detail that will absorb too much. Like, I don't think they are a good level of detail. We really have totted this little fellow though. Poor little tater. There we go. Squog was your favourite? I liked Squog too. I think I have Squog here somewhere. I do. I love the fact that I basically, like, I put the concept of Squog out there, and so many of you just took it and ran with it. I have seen squogs made a million different ways. I've seen like rectangles folded. I've seen 2 different squares. I've seen different colored granny squares. I've seen like the stitches going in different directions. And it's just really obvious that you guys have just sort of taken this notion and just gone with it and made it your own. And like that is genuinely exciting to me to like see something like that. As opposed to, did I leave you on? I don't remember. Yeah, it's just like, it's always really cool to like see you guys take an idea and run with it. And like, here's Squog, you know? It belongs to the world now. Could just do a stream and label it Hunt for the Tot and give it the vibes of Blue's Clues. Maybe. I don't know, because like he could be anywhere in my house. Like, I don't know if he's in this room. Bye, Breeze. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, Agron. Yeah, that's another one where he's just another chunky boy. Like, he's just add him to the pile that, like, they're all Nidoking. The Godzilla types. Even Tyranitar, kinda. Yeah. Okay, we have our little bean. Should have put a weight in him. Oh, he's so small. His brother's gonna use him like a basketball. Boing, 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 boing. Or you could use his brother as a perching spot. I'm loving this. This is adorable. Alright, I do think we need to tackle eyes and mouth next, though, just to, like, keep this thing moving forward. I don't have any more of this pink anymore either, because this was a Big W Carnival yarn pink, I believe. And I stopped buying that yarn. Not because it's bad yarn. No idea what the quality is these days. It's just it got a little pricey for my tastes. I did like their center pulls, but yeah, just a little pricey. I'm cheap. I just always have been. Squog shirt. You would love to have a go with the owl version of that square challenge? Yeah, maybe. Honestly, that's not a bad idea. Maybe I do that for the video this week. Because, like, yeah, I kind of really liked that too, but I genuinely felt that, like, the essence of that challenge was to take a square and push the limits of what a square could be. And what's really funny is the number of times that Lee, without any conversation between us, we found ourselves on the same wavelength regarding things. It got substantial enough that I know I heard from my mother questioning who this person was because she and I are very alike. I think that's sufficient mouth. So chain 5 and turn and 4 single crochet. Your squog turned upside down is an owl. That's cute. How'd you manage that? Crochet with clear filament to connect, but not the hands to rar. Oh, nah, at this scale, the little hands just, like, stitched so that they flop a little bit will give the right impression here. Though, Mr. Bones did make me a little stand that I potentially could have just mounted the hands to. I'm not sure I'm going to use this for this Pokemon, but I can never get enough little stands. So, hydrate, save your work, thank you for that. I swear, stream day is the only day of the week I get enough water. Okay, this piece only has to be real itty bitty. You're gonna make a huge square to turn it into a Skog pillow? Love it. See, I want to go back and make more Skogs too, but I want to make them using... There are some absolutely beautiful free like squares out there. They are stunning. They're free. They're from a variety of different designers. You can literally just Google them and find them, because every time I need them, I just Google them and find them again. The trick is to look up crochet squares, not granny squares, because if you get granny squares, you'll get people asking you to pay for an actual, like, pay to the pattern for a granny square. And I'm just like, I don't know how I feel about that. I don't want to, like, I try to like keep my commentary minimal on that sort of subject, but like granny squares, no. But like there's some like really fancy, embellished, beautiful squares out there that I think would just make some really bougie frogs. Bougie squogs. Have I visited Lee before? No. Actually, we'd only spoken on the phone for the first time December or January, just past. Like, we'd collabed a couple of times, but it was all just over text. So these were our first phone calls that you guys kind of saw as well. Lee lives more than 3,000 kilometers away. Australia is really, really big, and she's on the other side of it, just to be very clear. we're not visiting distance. Yeah. And honestly, I think that we only know about each other because of the YouTube algorithm, which is cool because like we became friends afterwards, but we were both starting our channels around the same time. I've said it before, it's like you gotta have your YouTube buddy. Lee is my YouTube buddy. I think that's plenty. So that was 2 rows of 4 single crochet. She's East Coast? Yeah, like, she's over that way. I don't know how much of her actual location Lee shares, so I'm not going to do that. Yeah. But yeah, I'm West Coast. She's all the way over the other side. Perth is the most isolated capital city in the world, I believe, or at least that's what we put on the banner. So, honestly, it wouldn't be hard to find somebody far away from me. But, yeah. There is a whole other set of states and territories between here and there. The stand is a really good fit, I gotta say, because, like, little Ghastly can be just, like... I'll get Mr. Bones to make a little attachment down here for Ghastly, so it can be, like, Ghastly, Haunter, and Gengar. Gengar can do a little dance. Alright, I'm seeing a lot of love for Nightshade. Just raising that flag. I stay out of the name politics a lot of the time. Sorry I had to go deal with the dog situation. What I missed, Nibbles? I don't think you missed much of anything. We've done a mouth. I'm about to start work on the eyes. Who did I make recently? Somebody got little triangle eyes. Kick and Nugget. I'm going to do the same eyes as I did for Hitmon Lee. Oh, I want to talk about something. Firo versus Spiro. I can't tell the two apart. And someone was very helpfully trying to tell me that, like, the big one is Firo. If I talk about it, I'm going to remember it, right? So the big one is Firo because he's the big one and you're afraid of him. I'm just like, that's great and all, but my mind every single time goes, which one of them looks more like a spear? And I'm pretty sure it's the one with the long spear-like beak and the long neck, not the little short stubby nuggety one. So, like, that's where my problem arises, is that, like, is it the one that I'd be afraid of, or is it the one that looks like a spear? And there's just, like, a very clear answer there. Going back to the Kick and Nugget notes. Oh my goodness, for the first time in forever, there's not a single spoiler anywhere in this room. I've just realised that as I picked up my book to, like, turn back to it. I'm just like, oh, it doesn't matter if you guys happen to glance at the notebook. There's no spoilers in it. You've seen everything. It's been done. Oh, that's great. That's amazing. I feel good. That feels really good. Okay, a little slip stitch. This is a lot of stitches to put into a single chain, but we'll... Nope, that was a double. We want a half double. Yeah, Mr. Bones, you do a great job with the names. If anybody gives you any hassle about the names, you feel free to do whatever you need to do. No one harass Mr. Bones about the names, in case that's happening and I'm not seeing it. What's Gengar's name? He is Doppelganger. Squog, exactly. Sorry, whenever I think squog, I think of, if you guys remember back to December, right, when we were doing Bugsmas, and that bug song came out. It's like, you know, your house belongs to the bugs, and there's nothing you can do. And like in the background, they're just going bugs. And it's like whenever I hear the word squog, my brain goes squogs. Spiro is meant to be like sparrow. Okay then, but why then? Why like spear then? Well, I'm not sure that last double was needed. He's getting very aggressive eyes here, but, you know, they're working. They're working for us. I should transcribe these eyes. No, I'll just write them down as Hitmonlee's eyes. Eyes, Hitmonlee, because then I'll just copy-paste. I love it when I can do that. Phalanx for Spiro because it's a row of spears. We've already done Spiro. Spiro's already been named too, I think. Because, oh no, Spiro was done as part of like a super sneaky stream. I don't remember if we named him or not. Hold on, I'm referencing the Bible. We named him Captain Jack Spiro. So that ship has sailed, I'm afraid. You can no longer name him, you only get one chance, unless it's Gengar, in which case if I give it a stupid name, I'm going to offer it to you guys to name it again, and you did brilliantly, and that's why he's Doppelganger now. You must fear the evolution, Firo? Maybe, yeah. See what I mean? It's just like, it occupies a very strange part of my brain. Where like, Rhyhorn and Rhydon kind of as well. I try to think of like Don as in like, he's the one in charge, so he's probably the biped. Because, you know, he's the Don. But then I look at the little guy and I'm just like, well, he looks like he's more comfortable to ride on. And I get stuck in the same like little memory devices. You might say I'm overthinking it, but you'd be right. Okay, we got some eyes. Let's see how we feel. There is no such thing as a lame pun. We like puns here. We champion them. Oh wow, that's a look. Okay. Might do this, might not. Haven't decided yet. Also, definitely aren't in there very lined up. And keep in mind he'll also have teeth. Let's make some head spikes, shall we? Before I start losing it. I'm sorry, not Martini. The bug song belongs to us all, however. Remember it by furrow fear Fearo's neck. Looks like a furrow of dirt. I feel like some of these memory devices are very personalized. But I'm glad that you found something that works for you. Head spikes. I'm not sure what size this one is, but it feels like it might be the medium. Started with a magic ring of 5, and then we did 5 single crochet. Silly eyeball time. It's a look. It's a look. Like, don't get me wrong, it won't look like this at the end, because we'll, like, do some little, like, eyelid-y type pieces, but they always look very awake. When we're making them, they've clearly just had their caffeine, and then they just slowly, like, laze back into the day a little bit more. Plus, when everything's, like, anchored down and sewn on, everything kind of, like, feels a little bit better. He's going to look very scrappy when he's pinned, but he's going to look... Hopefully he'll look a little bit more put together when he's actually put together. He's got a little bit of that zoomy vibe. I read a really cute story recently about someone who was trying to dehydrate catnip for whatever reason and accidentally created like a cat humidifier type of thing, and I like found her cats just like all over her dehydrator, having a very relaxed time. I say, hastily modifying the language I would normally use to tell this story. I think there's a small spikies. I'll do another one, because we might end up with 4 at that size. The ones you have a problem with is Pidgeot and Pidgeotto. Yeah, for some reason, like, those ones there aren't a problem. And I'm wondering if it's because, like, I realized that they would be a problem if I didn't, like, just remember them, and so I decided then and there to remember them. But, like, Pidgeot and Pidgeotto. Because Giotto sounds, like, smaller, you know, like... One, two, three, four. I'm trying to think of an example, and all I can think is, like, there's a brick, and then there's a briquette. And a briquette feels like it'd be smaller than a brick, even though those are 2 unrelated things. I'm so sorry. Oh. Yeah, zoned out, exactly. Not anything that rhymes with zoned. Okay, it's a good second little spiky. So the beauty of this is that I can try it on as like the mid spike, and if I don't like it or I think it's too small, it just becomes the small spike on the other side. Because I'm not going to sit here and make duplicate spikes all afternoon. That's just not at all how this works. But I think that could be quite a nice little like second spike. And now we need a main spike. Those ones there were magic rings of 5. I'm going to do this one as a magic ring of 6, and it will probably get 2 rows instead of 1. So it'll be both wider and longer. Pidgeotto comes first because Ash's took forever to evolve. Yeah, honestly, that's not a bad little way to remember it. It's like, I've heard that I should remember Firo because the more I talk about it, the more it cements which one's which in my brain. I might forget if I don't talk about it for a while, but like that's why I keep bringing it up. Yeah, in, I think it's the first episode of the anime, Ash is attacked by a bunch of Firos, and so you should be afraid of them. No, they're Spearows, dang it! He's attacked by a bunch of Spearows. This is what I mean, like all the memory devices can kind of like backfire on you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Fine, it doesn't have a huge impact on my life. And honestly, if I was going to correct problems that I have, I would probably start with my inability to understand. Like, I understand intellectually time zones, but in practice I always get the time wrong. So like that would probably be the first gap I would be seeking to correct, and after that probably reading maps would be a good one to correct before I get down to remembering which Pokemon is which. It's like we got a couple more priorities. He's very afraid of Firo too, but that doesn't help differentiate them. That's what I mean. Right, I think that's it. I know it's not a very big spike, but he's not a very big ghost. Honestly, he's a little smaller than I would have liked him to be. But it is what it is. My goodness, instead of writing Spikes medium, like I was reading Spikes medium, and instead of writing Spikes large, I wrote Spikes high. It was like medium and then high. They're like, no, large. Magic ring 6 single crochet, 6 single crochet, 6 single crochet. Spikes on his head might make him seem bigger, yeah, but I actually think that's part of the problem. You'll see in a second. I kind of held it up and got a good like little flash of whether or not it was matching my mental 3D render, and it's not, and that's okay. He's still going to be cute, but he's looking a little on the chibi side of things. Still thinking of cats? Maybe. Maybe. I'll admit I don't spend a great deal of time thinking about cats, but they have come up a couple of times today. Like, I'll line it up with an eyebrow correctly. I think that's his top spiky. So I think now all we're missing are his hands. His fiendish little grabbers. And I might even be going like Venonat route with them. Venonat's hands aren't three-dimensional objects, they're just little 2D pieces. What is that sound? Immediately it stopped. Okay. I'm still thinking of the cats. Oh, right. Sorry. Yep, you've got... Yeah, I understand. Gonna hydrate, though. Hydrate or dihydrate. That's the rules. So now we just need hands. Okay. These will not be... Oh, I should start the name vote, like, right now. Did we get it down to 4? I kicked something and so many cables just went like a spaghetti monster. Okay, we've got Raur, Piccolo, Phillips, Menace, and Nightshade. That is 5 names. I'm going to pick my favourite 4 unless I hear a lot of outrage in the chat right now. So you better outrage quick because I type at a medium speed. I don't remember seeing why Piccolo came up, so I'm putting that on the maybe list. I liked Phillips because it's funny. Is it 1 L or 2? I'm going to say it's 2. Phillips. Menace I liked. So it's coming down between Nightshade or Piccolo. Tell you what. This is what I'll do. I can be fair. This is a new way to solve this problem. I'm going to put Nightshade / Piccolo as the last option. If you want either one of those options, vote for that one there, and then we'll do another vote for you to pick one of them afterwards. I think that's a pretty fair way to do it. I'm very pleased with myself. So yeah, if you pick Nightshade / Piccolo, we'll do a second vote for you to pick one of those two. But otherwise, we'll go with whatever's picked. Look at me solving problems. Solving problems, designing Pokemon. Oh, Piccolo because he's a tiny instrument of chaos. That's fair. Yeah, okay, that's cute. I like it. Okay, and we'll just... treble, treble, treble. I've tied my hook in a knot. There we go. Well, I also thought Piccolo meant, because I know that it's a small flute, but I also thought it was like Does it mean like soft or small or something? Like, so yeah, a small and an instrument, tiny instrument of chaos. Like, I understand. I'm flipping what you're frying. But, oh, okay, wow, Nightshade and Piccolo has kind of taken over. I kind of thought Menaces would be like a no-brainer. It's good, I like being wrong. Because the whole point of this isn't what I would name all the Pokemon. It's what we would name them collectively. I'm almost finished this hand, and then I will check the vote. And depending on how it goes, we'll start the final vote. But it's looking like you guys want to vote between Nightshade and Piccolo, and that's cool. But is it a complicated knot that I tied my hook into? It was more of a twist. What a twist. I should actually write this down. Magic ring 6, and then it was single crochet, final vote is Orbit Phillips because Menace is outperforming both of them together. Okay, no, that's fair. Menace is actually winning overall right now. I'll tell you what, I'm halfway through this hand. I'll close this off and we'll start the final vote. So let's just see what the results came in as. Alright, so Menace had 38%, Nightshade and Piccolo were 36%, then Rara and Phillips had 15% and 8% respectively. So yeah, we could do a final vote between Menace, Nightshade and Piccolo, but I do think that Menace is going to win based on that. But, you know what, let's give them all their day in the sun. So Menace gets pole position because it had 38% in the original vote. And then Nightshade gets its own spot and Piccolo gets its own spot. But the others, don't hold my inability to spell Piccolo consistently against me, please, and thank you. I'm just like sprinkling in double letters until the red squiggle disappears. Okay, there we go. Did it start? It did not. Okay. Now it can start. Okay. Guys, it just needed a minute. Alright, there is his fiendish little grabber. I actually think his hand is bigger than Gengar's, but I also think that's fine. I think that Gengar has other things going for him, and I think Haunter's hands always are canonically bigger than Gengar's. Sure. I'll show the pinning trick in just a sec. Okay, we have our little hand. And once I've rearranged the spikes, it will look a little bit less like, and a little bit more like, ah. But for now... Oh, I said I'd show the pinning trick again. So, the pinning things together trick. You can't always just like... Sometimes you can. Like just then, there's enough friction on my yarn that I can just like stick that pin in and it'll be fine, but it would still just pin straight off if I lifted it. If you don't want things to pin, like, just pull straight out of one another, here's what you do. You take a sloth and you take a squog Oh, I don't really like the squog for this, but anyway. We'll take the frog and the squog and the sloth. And you start by inserting your pin one way, and then you like rotate it 90 degrees and push it in. It's still going to pull free, but you get a firmer lock in place of it the more you pull it around. Put another one here. Right, don't get me wrong. If I pull it, it's still going to come out. But that is the pin trick. It's in like perpendicular to the work, then you lay it down parallel as much as you can and push it all the rest of the way in. Bonus points if you can get it to double back into your original piece with keeping safety in mind at all times. So that is the pin trick for pinning pieces together. What did I do to my hand? No, see, I picked at it. I woke up with a couple of little pimples, and then they were textured, and I didn't want them to be textured anymore, but in trying to remove the texture, I made them more textured. So, unfortunately, apparently my band-aids are bright orange, so I wore long sleeves, but they got rolled up because it got hot in here, and now I'm very self-conscious about the band-aids, but I know that if I take the band-aids off, I'm just going to end up with giant red welts visible, and then people will ask even more what happened to my wrists. So it's just become a whole thing. I'm going to close this vote off. It looks like his name is Menace. So he's got the spooky little hand on one side and his 3 head spikes on the other. He is potentially going to take a stand. Oh, he spins really nicely. But only in the direction he wants to. Hold still. So there is our Fam Bam coming together. And his name is officially Menace, though Nightshade put up a good fight. So Menace won at 49% of the votes, and Nightshade came in at 40%. So I feel vindicated about doing that as 2 separate votes. Dang it, I've just written the hand notes on Hitmonlee. Hold on while I leave myself a trail of crumbs to follow later, as though this isn't going to be a very bad idea. Okay, I might actually even just rewrite the hand over here. Magic ring 6. Okay, that's better. Alrighty, that is Pokemon number 1 done. Let's pop them off to the gallery. Oh, I could try and turn on the camera again and see if I can get it working. Hold on. I gotta unplug that and turn that on, because it's picky. I gotta set it to stream mode before I plug it in. Okay, and we plug that in. And then I should just be able to turn this on. Hey, hold on for a giant flash of white light. Good, good, good. And there is our boy, or as he currently stands. He does not like facing the front. Stand is honestly currently getting in the way just a little bit. There we go. So yeah, we'll get him in editing. That's what he currently looks like. You can join the crew back there. Sorry, I'm putting him back on his stand. Hold, please. He can join the crew. And Gengar can go back there as well. Yeah, buddies! So yeah. Okay, his purple is so nice, I know, but this is all that remains of this colour. So I'm very carefully only using it where strictly necessary, and I specifically saved it so that Haunter, Gengar, and Ghastly could all be the same purple. But it means that I can't use that purple for other things, which annoys me. Is there a theme for today? There is! Speaking of which, let's slip back on over into the voting screen. We're an hour and a half in, and we're doing great. What do all these buttons do? My goodness. Oh, right. I just opened that. So the theme today is one-eyed, one-horned, flying purple people eater. And you guys picked purple. for the first vote. Which is good. That works. I might start the second vote and go for... we're only an hour and a half in, but I'll go for a little break. Maybe have a little snack. Hello, Sharky's Crochet. And hello to everybody who's just arrived in time for the second vote and for me to go on break. So you will pick now between 1, 2, 3, and 5. The purple option has been removed. Yeah. So, one-eyed, one-horn, flying purple people eater is the theme. You can pick who we're making next, and I will see you in 5 to 10 minutes. I think those are the 2 time frames. So, don't freak out if you get to see LeTronc twice. It takes me like 30 seconds to finish setting up. So I've said my bye, but I'll be gone in an actual second. Okay. 1 minute. We're just trying to show some respect to our boy LeChonk, who is on the way. For LeChonk. He's bringing up the rear all by himself, okay? He needs our support. I can confirm we have done Star You already. We have not done Star Me. I just saw that kind of debating a little bit back and forth. And y'all have surprised me a little bit with your choice today. Guys, did the Boring Color Brigade actually win one? Was this the plan? Because you guys voted for number 2 with quite a decisive lead of 37%. Then came number 3 at 21%, 1 at 20%, and 5 at 20%. So, like, seems like a decided victory here. Who did we all think it was? Do I not have audio? I hear Mr. Bones coming in.
You do have audio, but your current talking volume is about half of what the music volume was.
Oh, let me just... Is that better? I didn't really adjust the audio on the microphone. Am I still weird? Just waiting for confirmation.
Yeah, still quiet.
Still quiet? Okay, hold on one sec.
Is it coming through the correct microphone?
Yeah. Let me double check that actually. Because, like, I turned down the music, I didn't turn up the mic, if that makes sense. I'm just gonna fiddle with the mic for just 1 second, folks. Hold on. Things are gonna sound really weird as it comes through a bunch of different mics. And
it suddenly went very loud for a second.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know it was gonna do that. And now I'm back to the snowball, who should be the normal microphone volume. The other thing I can do is try unplugging the mic, but that
yeah, no, it's just the snowball's just a bit quieter than
panicked skeleton noises indeed. Because I can see that it's quieter. How many microphones do I have? I have one per webcam. So I have 2 webcams going, and so there's one of each of those, but I use a snowball, which is a third other microphone. Because, as you heard just then, the other audio is really rough. But I will swap to it if you guys can't hear me properly on this one. I don't know why it suddenly stopped doing what it does. It's freaking me out.
Might just need to turn up the local volume.
I can affect balance? Oh, I can... Okay, alright. Let's play stupid games and see if we can win some stupid prizes. I'm just going to give it a little bit of a manual boost, but it means that it might seem shouty. Okay, I've turned it up by 5, which has got... I can definitely see that I'm louder now, but I'm not peaking, so I should be louder. Normal again. We're normal again. It's quiet, but I'm good. Back to normal, still quiet. Okay, I'm going to just turn up a little bit more and then I'm going to leave it. I need you guys to tell me if I start shouting. There we are. So I've turned it up by 7 decibels, like manually, which I'm not a huge fan of. But I don't know what else to do in this scenario. So we're just going to keep this thing moving forward. Because yeah, I've got it back to the point where my voice is just sort of peeking into the red every so often. I don't know what's happening there, but I can almost guarantee that turning it off and on again will work, but I don't want to disconnect the stream. So, all right, let's close this vote off. Oh no, I already closed the vote off. I haven't shown you what's behind the door. I'm so sorry. I got a wee bit distracted, didn't I? So let's update our counter. We are now making... Oh no, Haunter was the 116th. We're now making the 117th. And it's door number 2. Did you guys have any guesses as to who this would be? I thought I saw Seeking earlier up, but I also wasn't paying a huge amount of attention to your discussion. So I see Dugong or Seeking. Yeah, I know. I'm so surprised that the Boring Color Brigade won. But the answer is Dugong. There we go. So you guys found the one horn. So now all we have left is one-eyed flying people eater. Yeah. So yeah, a lot of you seem to have guessed it correctly. So that's cool. Let's get set up for a little sketchy sketch. Move that back on the screen because I know I work from right to left, which is very strange, but it makes sense to me. Let's change our sprite over and then let's just get going, because if I can get this guy done in an hour and a half as well, not saying I can, but hypothetically, there is a chance we'll get to a third one today, even though you guys have left some absolute doozies for last. I genuinely, this is a surprise to me. I did not think that you would pick the boring color. Good for you guys. He is a very pretty lad, I agree. So, we have already made Seal, but Dugong is prettier and swishier and way more banana sealed. Goodness, I'm impressing myself so far with this drawing. I'm just waiting for it to go wrong. My goodness, are we going to do it? Are we actually going to draw a sketch I like for the first time in a while? His beauty, his grace, his fins will slap your face. That's him. That's him. That's our boy. Now, I know I've pointed his fins down a little bit more. That was intentional, because if his fins are up, he's going to like rock backwards and forwards and basically fall over. If I have his fins down a little bit more, they can provide some points of stability along with his belly, and we have a chance of him standing upright. Is Drifloon Gen 1? Because I'm pretty sure he eats people. Drifloon was not Gen 1, but we have already made him as well. Night Pamela, thanks for hanging out. Did I tick up the counter? I tick it up at the end of the Pokemon, so we're working on 117th now. Maybe I should start doing it now though, because like I understand, like it feels confusing. I haven't really ever settled on the right time to do it. So maybe I start doing it once we reveal the Pokemon. So there we are. Dugong is 117, leaving us with 35 to go, something like that. Let me update this and I can give you some updated numbers. So the one we just made was, look at me, you've distracted me now. You sent me off on a side quest. There's Dugong. I'll tick Dugong off now. And Haunter, who we just made. I'll pop Haunter's name in there while I'm at it. Manesh. Cool. So yeah, we have made 117 Pokemon. Well, 185 Pokemon, but 117 Gen 1. Meaning we are 77.5% complete at the end of Dugong. Which is all very exciting. And we have just 34 Pokemon to go. 35 because we haven't started Dugong, but you know what I mean. Okay, well I liked my sketch. Let's see if it survives the inking process. tusks. There we go. I think that's pretty good. I will say that the sprite is very specific on the drape of the fins and the tail. Like you'll see that it's got like these vertical line details in it. So that tells me that if I'm going to make them as flat pieces, I should try and work them with the rows going in that direction. Have we hydrated recently? Probably not enough. We have done all the bells. Actually, I was looking at the break video on break briefly while I was snacking, and I realized that I haven't updated that, but I've been trying to update it once a month. That and the intro video was pretty out of date as well. So we're now the last stream of April, so next week they should both be updated with the recent batch of Pokemon. And I don't think I actually showed you guys the Pokédex actually. I do have the new Pokédex image here, so let me just do that real quick. So that's not the most up-to-date one. That was where we were at the end of March. But I did update it, and here we go. That is currently up to date. It's just missing Haunter and obviously Dugong. So we're getting really, really close. In fact, an upcoming theme is going to be like finishing off columns, where there's a bunch of columns in there now that only have like one Pokemon missing, and so like they will be the ones. So we're looking pretty good. That's most of Gen 1 on the screen there. Yeah, anyway, so I will now go back to focusing. I'm really pleased with this drawing. So in terms of pieces, let's see if I've missed anything important. I might be loud again now. It could have been Discord causing the problem. And we still don't have bingo. I didn't hear what Mr. Bones said just then. Hopefully it wasn't too important. I gotta scroll. There's a whole bunch of stuff going on. Yeah, I'm thinking that I might go back to like the old bingo card, because like for the first couple of streams, I had you guys picking from the grid. So the game might change shape slightly as we move towards the end, but there will be some element of you guys picking something, or us spinning a wheel, or us like some sort of element of randomness, just to make sure that I can't get too relaxed. You don't want me having a full night's sleep at any point. That means this whole thing would fall apart. I'm being dramatic. I'm going to stop that. Okay. Oh, wow. That's a lot of reference images. Thank you, Loot. And Mr. Bones, it's not the necktie Pokemon, but that is actually very helpful in terms of shape. And I hate that it is. Okay. I got some options here. Just trying to draw like a side-on view of what this shape is. I definitely want to like curl it upwards because it's like one of the easiest tricks in the book. And it makes it look fancy. But then I can literally curl this out into like a whale tail type of thing. Give it a little lettuce hem if I want to. Or I can just like finish it off as a point and we could make... Oh, I want to make a pretty fan. I do. Because like if we make the pretty fan, we can work it as like this. It's not something I've messed with a lot, but I've definitely done it as part of Skein Spider's patterns, and I wanted to give it a go. The eyes will need to be attached as we go, which stresses me out a little bit, and I am going to need to put a horn where a horn would go as we go, which I hate because it looks like it's exactly where I would want the magic ring to go, but we'll make that work. I don't know if I'll be able to accomplish this cute little puppy dog lip, but maybe I do like an additional lip piece over the top so that I can hide the tops of the tusks. But like that can just be like stitched on afterwards. So it doesn't really matter if this doesn't turn into a super pronounced jaw mouthpiece. helping in the kitchen theme. Abra teleports out the trash. Water Pokemon washes the dishes. Kabutops chops veggies, etc. Yeah, I'm having to dig deep for some of those themes at the moment, just because a lot of them have really obviously funny puns, but we've made them already. If Homer was 20 years younger and a Pokemon, he's so smooth like a buttered dolphin. So yeah, we're gonna start like this. And then as this curves out, this will become more like it's gonna get weird. And then like this should be like almost like that, the row direction. But yeah, honestly, I think we've got this under control. So we're gonna need a whole bunch of white. It's a white on white Pokemon. Do I have a piece of backing, something I can put down to ease this process for you? And I think the answer is no. I think it just is what it is. Could I start with the horn, then just continue into the head? Corey, that is my plan. But I'm going to be doing the horn as like a little treble or a double treble type of thing, not as like an actual like sculpted horn, because it will throw it all out of proportion if I do it that way. Because we don't want Dugong turning into Dugong, you know? But we'll go 1, 2, 3. We'll throw... Ooh, apparently I'm going for a double treble. Go me. See how we feel about it. And then 1, 2, 3, and then the double treble counts as 4 and 5 and 6. Probably could have even just done it as a Pico, but that will be the horn on top of the head. Magic ring, 3 single crochet, double treble and 2 single crochet, and then we'll just do 6 increases around to lock it all in. You've underrated this Pokemon's charm. I've had that happen with a few of them. Did I turn by accident? No, we're good. Yeah, it's like some of them get better the more you focus on them, and some of them don't. I won't give any examples as to the don'ts, because every Pokemon has someone who loves them, and they do not deserve to have that love tarnished. But I refer to this phenomena as the Carnivine effect, because I have never given Carnivine a second thought up until I had to crochet him. Excuse me. But then I made that silly little doofus, and he quickly became one of my favorites. That and Rhyperior was a breakout star as well, of just like, I have never given a single thought to you, sir, but now I have made you, you are my boy. And no one will ever speak ill of you in front of me again. But then there's also some that I just do consider to be overhyped. Again, I'm not naming names. People do not deserve to have their love for something tarnished by somebody else's opinion. But yeah, there's like some that I'm still just not super fond of, even having made them. And making them did not improve it for me. Honestly, they were just still kind of a pain. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12. She says complaining about her job crocheting Pokemon. So let's really add some context here. Oh, CK, I have important news. You tried your first Tim Tam last week. There's a debate whether our UK Penguin is better or Tim Tam. In your opinion, the Tim Tam just wins. Okay, Tim Tams are delicious and amazing and extremely expensive right now, but they're also no longer an Australian-owned company, which kind of sucks. But also, they're great. You should try the thing where you like bite the corners off and like drink like a hot chocolate or a coffee through the Tim Tam like a straw. Do it. It's a rite of passage. Finlicia. I like the name Selkie as well. I nominate that to the name list. You gave Carnivine too much thought because it's an infuriatingly rare Safari Zone Pokemon. Yeah, that'd get you. Slowbro got exponentially cuter after I made one. Yeah, I gotta say, Slowbro was one of the ones that was just like, I never thought badly of him, but he never was like special to me, and now I love him. The act of holding Slowbro, this perfect little nugget of a being, it's great. It's great. It's pretty good. Okay. So I have accomplished some top of head. I might go up to 18 stitches. Is that too big? Am I going to regret this? I'm going to regret this. We're gonna live with some regrets. Do I want to slope it, or do I want... No, it's pretty flat. It's pretty flat. Let's not slope anything. The stuffing will provide a minimal amount of sloping, which would get the job done at least a little bit. I need to keep count, or I need to put a bobby pin in. And seeing as how I've already started and I've done neither, hooray for me! Alright, I think that was 6. 7. 8. No, you bit the corners off and drank milk because you don't like tea or coffee, but I didn't think about hot chocolate. Typical, it's not Australian owned now. Yeah, it is what it is. But like, yeah, the whole point is like the warm beverage. Like, I'm not a big warm beverage person either, but I'm trying to get back into drinking tea because it used to be something to do at the office, you know what I mean? But I do think that like a nice green tea with some lemon or a little peppermint tea. I'm not really like a tea person. I'm more of like a boiled grass tea kind of person. There is a niceness to it, and it can be refreshing, and it's a little bit more hydration at the end of the day, so. Bye, Nikki. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, the Tim Tam Slam. Late to stream today because you had a headache that you were trying to nap off. Oh no. Well, Katie, our theme for today is the one-eyed, one-horned flying purple people eater, and so far we have done purple, and we are doing one-horned now. 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Cool. We're nearly there. And the Purple Menaces won the first vote, but the Boring Colour Brigade won the second vote, which is never happens. So that was quite exciting for me. I'm very jazzed on that. I'm going to put a bobby pin in now so that I don't have to keep counting. That'd be great. I did it again. Now you want a little green tea with a squeeze of lemon. Yeah, I'm telling you. I got that good taste, right? I'm guiding you. It does sound good though, doesn't it? And like, even if you're not a tea drinker, I find that, okay, like, I know that peppermint tea can upset stomachs and stuff, but like, peppermint tea with like sugar in it just tastes exactly like a candy cane. It does. So even if you're not a tea drinker, I think that's a very nice low barrier to entry tea. That's it. I don't mind myself a cup of Earl Grey, but like the way I drink tea would literally just like Britannia would like a word. Britain would like a word. England would like a word. My ancestors are tapping me on the shoulder and judging me pretty harshly is all I'm trying to say there. Is it Fiona Vere? Is that how you pronounce that? Because I know that the BH is like V, like Siobhan. So is that Fiona Vere? Fiona Vere? Bye, Felicia. Oh, Fiona Vere. Yeah, cool. Nifty. I love it when I get it right. Oh, so Gwyn's got to go. All right, bye, Eldridge. Thanks for hanging out. And toodles to anybody else who's wandering off at the moment. I understand that white on white isn't the most stimulating stream. We'll try and get it over and done with. Finavere. Okay. Pretty. I like it. She also gives me like or he or she gives me like fairy vibes, and so like I do like reach into like those little Irish names, Siobhan, Aoife, Blóithín, all those ones. Bubbles C. Blair, PCP for short. You know what? We did name Haunter after the Purple Menaces. So if the Boring Colour Brigade wants this one here to be named after them. Actually, I think that might be a full circle moment. I can't remember if it was Seal or Dugong, but I remember distinctly that the Boring Colour Brigade kind of formed around a conversation after either Seal or Dugong came up, And I was like reading you guys the riot act about how like, look at all the pretty Pokemon you're never going to get to make if you don't vote for the boring colors. So it would be like a full circle type of thing if you wanted to name him something with the initials BCB. I'm not counting my rows at all.
So far, so good.
Okay. Dugong was the Pokemon. Yeah, that's what I thought. It was either Seal or it was Dugong, but like I think I was making a point at the time. Okay, that's the top of the head. Let's chuck a couple of eyeballs in to keep us facing the correct way. I'll put the horn closest to the face. So we'll pop these in like here. Should they be further apart than that? Maybe slightly further apart than that. Dugong is not an ambush predator, and Dugong is also not a predator at all. Eyes on the side of the head. Blop. Oh, I love Blop! I think that's cute. It was Seal, I think. I knew it was either Seal or Dugong, okay? And like I'm short of going back and checking, I can't confirm one way or the other, but like it was either Seal or Dugong that formed the BCB. Now we've already got Seal. What did we name Seal? Hold on one second, because we have made Seal. What number is Seal? Well, let's see. Dugong is 87, so Seal is 88. We've made so many, it's hard to spot them now. Sorry, Seal is 86. We named Seal Selkie. Selkie's already used, guys. So remove Selkie from the name list. Selkie is the name of Seal. I'm glad I checked that, because otherwise that could have been really awkward if we named them both Selkie. Or we would have had our first instance of a Pokemon that's evolved from one form to another. That's also a thing that might have happened. In row, what row would you call that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There is 1, 2, 3 between. Side of head with horn. Hi, Jem. We're making Dugong at the moment, but we've just discovered that one of the names that we were thinking of for Dugong, we actually already named Seal. So that's what's happening. Spider-Man meme avoided. That is correct. We have managed to successfully avoid that. 2, 3. I'm not snapping the backs on those eyes until I've locked in the mouths. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm using this last little like dregs of a ball of white. I do have a whole new ball, so I'm not worried about running out. I'm just trying to use this bit up. But when I get to this bit, it's also a little bit more tangly than usual. I need one of you to come over and detangle my yarn. No, I don't. That's one of my favourite bits of the process. And also just a scooch too close to home. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So I've used 10 of my single crochet so far, leaving me with 8 remaining. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'd say 7 fall evenly across the eyes here. So I want to like give it a little bit of a bloop. Bubbles, Cobra bubbles. Blondine is a cool one. Well, Siren also works. Increase 1, increase. If I put an increase there and an increase there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Leaves me with 5. Okay, I should be able to work this. So increase 1, increase 1, increase 1, increase 1. Cool. That's neato burrito. So that gets us back to the start. Go team, we did it. These might be too spaced out though. I just want to give it a stitch and see. And if it doesn't work for us, we'll frog it and we'll do it slightly differently. Okay, that's pretty good. I've dropped a loop at some point, but I can cover that up as I'm stitching. So that's pretty good. And so we're about here. So I want to do at least 1 row of single crochet around before I pull in the front of the face. And I might start curving the back out at that point, or we might not. It's very much a 1 row at a time type of design, where I can't just like sit down and write it all out. Or I could, but I would still need to test it and a lot would probably change. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. Stop counting, there's a stitch mucker. Alrighty, some of these names I cannot use for personal reasons, but I don't want to confirm which ones for personal reasons. So this is a little complicated, but we are navigating it. See, I didn't know that was boring in Japanese. I thought, I definitely have the wrong vocab word, but I would have gone with like sumaranai, but I'm probably wrong. But taikutsuna. Sorry, I've promised Mr. Bones I'll stop saying words that I don't know their meanings. So I'm going to stop doing that. Okay, cool. So I did 22 single crochet around, and he's looking very like, wop, wop. But we'll be scooching it on in. It'll be fine. And it will get us to 14. Which might be too narrow. We'll find out. The more you look at dugong, the more the meaning. Oh, I understand. It does kind of give like the sheet over the head Halloween costume type of vibe. Such a little muppet. It's a good shape though, and I actually even like the fact that the decreases kind of give it that lip that I wasn't sure it was going to end up having. So now I just need to be careful when I stitch the tusks on, but I think I'm going to get away without making a mouthpiece, which is great. Oh, we are at the end of our white though. I'm going to just attach it using the color change method though, just because it means that the knot will definitely be tucked away on the inside. So I'm here at the moment. For reference, we are right here. So the time has come to start swinging the back out, but we should just be able to keep going straight at the front for a little bit. So let's find the center of the back. Fold it like these. So it should be like 1, 2, 3, leading us to the 4 stitches at the back. So 3 single crochet, and then we'll do increase, increase 3, times 2, and then an increase, which is going to be a lot of increases, but we want this back to flare out quite dramatically, quite quickly. Boring is many words in Japan, fair enough. Boring is many words in any language. It was just more of like I have a passing interest because I used to speak a little bit of Japanese, and so when I see it pop up, I'm just like, oh, I can add that word to my very limited vocabulary, but I just wanted to like double check. Oh, Mary Ploppins. Okay, yeah, because like, sorry, I don't know where my mind went just then. It was just comparing a bunch of different words. That's fine. Current name list is Felicia, Bubbles, Blop, and Mary Floppins. You think you're in love with the actual shape of its little head and not just because it has eyes. Lies, Loot. We all know it's because of the little eyes. Like, he's just sitting here watching. Wop. Good night, Jable Trades. Thanks for hanging out. So that will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, leaving me with 7 single crochet back to the start. And it should add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, leaving us with 20 stitches around in total. And I will get my other ball here ready to go. Because I could just like use a magic knot at this point, join my yarns together, but we ain't doing that. We're going to do the lazy person's color attachment. So 1, 2, we'll do it now. So on the 3rd stitch of the row. 3, and I'll just work a little bit to lock it in. That's that first increase. Take my 2 ends and tie them in a double knot. And now even if I frog it, these 2 strands will be attached together beautifully. And I don't have to worry about like navigating where the knot falls in the stitch. It's all just taken care of. One less thing to worry about. Okay, well, we flared the back. Maybe a little too dramatically, but that's been known to happen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stitches for the next row, I think. Then just we'll do 2 increases, because now we've got like our start. We just want to kind of travel along for a little bit. We still need to build up the chest, so we need to just keep it single crochet around the rest of it. So that is 9 stitches down, and we'll use 11 more, and will bring us to 22. 1, 2, 3. Where's the start of my row? I should have moved my stitch marker. It's there, so let's just move it now so I don't get confused. Six, 7. Sorry, I'm just observing the skeleton zoomies. Sorry, I'm back. I promise. I'm alert and in the room. Gotta go walk, feed and love your doggies. Alright, well, give them all a good scritch for us. And I am jealous. Okay, cool. So I'm going to continue doing this for a couple more rows. So it's going to grow the back flat, but it should hopefully grow the chest down at the same time. As I mentioned, this is going to become very slopey. Because, like, this is where the rows will sit along here, but the same ones are sitting, like, down here. So it ends up just being a very kind of odd shape, but I think it's going to work for us. And if it ends up twisting one way or the other, it kind of works anyway. I have smeared the pencil, but I don't know where the smear is, and... I don't know where the smear is. I got to remember to attach the eyes as well, so no one let me forget to do that. I appreciate you. Otherwise, I've just got a bunch of rows to do. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Sorry, I've just realised how boring this bit is going to get if we're not careful. So yeah, I'm thinking I might try making the squowl for this week's video then. Because like I was going to do a cobra pattern, but I can do the cobra pattern next week. I think the squowl could be interesting because it allows me to play with squares again, which I have been wanting to do. I've also been brainstorming different ways I can work with the perler beads because I really liked working with the perler beads, but I'm trying to find a more consistent way to melt them. And I thought, like, we have this old like panini press type of thing, but I'm worried that it's going to be like not have a consistent enough temperature and not be controlled enough. It's just like if I'm going to make 200 scales to make a giant fish creature or something like that out of perler beads, I need to find a consistent way to melt them that doesn't take 11 years. So any of you have worked with perler beads before and know the tricks as to what tools are the best for melting them. I'm kind of unenthused about using the oven. I've read too many things about like it not working properly. I do know that I'm supposed to tape them, and I will probably be doing that. Taping them and then poking the holes so that the heat gets through. It's just I'm not loving the iron part of it. So if there is another way to use a different kind of heat source. The square gimmick was really fun. Yeah, I thought it was fun. I feel like squares are some of the first thing a lot of people make when they're learning to crochet. So it'd be really kind of cool to give them options as to, like, squares are the gateway craft, you know? So it's just like, cool, guess what? You've learned how to make a square and you don't want to make a million more of them to make a blanket. Well, here's another option for you. Like, make a squog, make a squowl. Wonder if I could make a squirrel. Squirrel? I don't know if I'm in love with the name squowl. We'll workshop it, it's fine. But it could be a fun one to do. Baking paper and an iron. Yeah, no, I've been using baking paper and an iron. That's what I used in the last one, but I wasn't super happy with like the consistency of it, and it was really hard to predict on where the hot spots could have just been the iron I was using were, and so like sometimes they got over melted and sometimes they got under melted, and I'd like to take that element of unpredictability away from it, if there is such a thing that can do that. Squall. Well, apparently, like, squirrel kind of like collapses into squirrel. Is that squowl? Squowl is an owl made out of squares. It was one of my concepts during the Crafting and Clash episode where we did squares. I can't remember. Was that number 2? No, that was Ickbink. Number 3. Second squog was 2 squares with toes in the corners. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Sorry, I had a big rant about this earlier about how the squog belongs to the world now. And like I've seen them made with like folded rectangles, with squares with the points folded in, or just 2 separate squares. The point is that like if you can make a square, then you can make a squog. Squowl. Yeah, it's not really rolling off the tongue. Maybe it's the square hoot. Like the square root of something. It's a square hoot. Tricks include not using the Kmart ones. The colours all melt at different temps. The Hammer or IKEA ones are great. Yeah, I was using IKEA for that episode. I do have some that are Kmart ones, so it's good to know that they melt differently. They're probably different plastics. But I'll be mindful if I'm going to be mixing the two. So that's good, right? That makes sense to me. I was already kind of wondering about that. Also have to be sure that the iron is fully heated first. That is someone who forgot the first time, and picking up the pieces was fun. Wouldn't a panini press cause the grill marks? Oh no, well it's not a ridged one. I've got one that has like removable plates, and 2 of the plates are completely flat. And so I was just like, oh, little life hack. But I also was like, oh, burn the house down, great. So maybe no. All right, Night Confused Paladin, thanks for hanging out. If you can make a squog, you can make more. And if you make a squog army, you are happy. You saw a real life frog yesterday? Oh no, Coletti Spaghetti, that's an awful story. Mr. Bones with a heat gun? Yeah, maybe. So we were wondering if a hairdryer would work, but I don't think it gets hot enough. Okay, I think I still need to keep going here. So it's curving. We are definitely like swinging off to one side because I work in a spiral. I could start trying to correct it. In fact, I should start trying to correct it. But first I need to work out how many rows I just did because I didn't write any of it down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Okay, so I'm up to 28. So I've only done one extra one that I didn't write down. It's good to know. The squog sounds like it's a physical exercise name. Maybe. It kind of sounds like squat. Before I go, I can do a test melt with panini press under careful supervision. Yeah, like, no matter what I land on, we will be doing test melts. It will not just be a, okay, cool, we're going to do that, and then I go burn the house down. Because that's the outcome we are seeking to avoid. But yeah, no, a very safe and careful approach to see if something is suitable, if something will work. Just I feel like gently toasted bread is the kind of temperature you're looking for these kinds of projects. We need a video where CK experiments with different ways to melt the melty beads. Maybe. Cue me sitting there with a frying pan over 4 little tea candles set up in a muffin tray. Hello.
Hey, pretty lady. I had an idea. before last night when I was thinking about it.
A lightning bolt done struck your mind.
Yeah, hurt.
Aww.
Getting, you know, the silicon matte cupcake trays?
Yes, I have a loaf tin of that stuff.
You know how some of them, you got like the ones and they got like a little slightly domed bottom bits? I was thinking if you put the scales in there, then when they melt, they'll have an ever slight curve to them. Instead of being flat scales, they'll be slightly curved scales, which is cool.
Yeah, I noticed that when I ironed the pieces of the tortoise, that because I was doing it on a towel and like I was only doing them on the board for once and then I was flipping them onto the towel had like embellished bits, and if I put any of them on the embellished bits, they were coming out slightly domed, but I kind of just went with it. So yeah, that is absolutely like the kind of curvature is something that can be achieved.
And the other one was I still reckon oven. I know you don't like oven.
I don't like oven.
I know you don't like oven, but
well, I don't want to run the oven for like 6 hours.
You wouldn't have to run. Yeah.
Anyway, sorry, was there more to that, or was it just oven? Squoggies! Squog, frog, froggies, or squoggies? Which would you pick? Here in Australia, you could just leave it outside on a road on a hot day. I could have a couple of months ago, but not so much now, where, please note, the return of the cozy. And don't get me wrong, I'm still in shorts, but like, yeah. It has cooled down a little bit. It's only like 22 today, which is the warmer end of my preferred range. We have blankets on the bed again. I'm only sleeping with one fan on instead of two. It's good. Life is worth living. Okay, I'm up to 30 stitches around. We almost have a full dugong chest, but I don't think we're quite there yet. I think maybe one more row and then I can close it off at the front. So we are making progress, which is good because we've been going on this one here. Well, I only know that the stream's been going for about 2.5 hours. And so like I know we finished the first one in about an hour and a half, so we've going on this one for about an hour, somewhere there. Hi, Nicole. Circuit easy press or devices that are similar would be a huge help, but they are not as cheap as an iron. That's true. Irons are like $14. That said, it's one of those things where like if an iron is going to make this process take weeks when it could take days with a different tool, that becomes a return on investment, if that makes sense. So yeah, I don't know. It's just a thought. I don't even have a full project in mind at this point. I'm trying to like think around some of the potential problems to open the door to use it for a potential project. 20 degrees is the only temp I remember because it's room temp for labs. Oh, okay. Oh, apparently that's about 70 degrees Fahrenheit. So there you go for anybody wondering about that. Perler beads and heat gun seems like a bad idea due to it turning into a blistering horrific pile of goo. Yeah, okay, fair enough. That's what I'm worried about, because consistency is going to be a problem, and just like, yeah. With the iron, I was over melting some of them and under melting others, and knocking them over, and there was just a few little things to overcome, and that's fine when you're making 6 pieces of something, but for the kind of scale I'm thinking on, I'm going to want, like, I'm thinking about like marigold scales, right? You know how I like made 100 or whatever scales and put them all over marigold. I'm thinking along those lines of like making scales for something, which means I need consistency and I need it to not be the bane of my existence. Have I ever made a loaf cat? No, I don't believe I have. I've made plenty of cats though, to the point where I feel like if I make another cat, y'all are going to revolt until I make a dog. So I think dog is pretty high up the agenda. I have accidentally given you a very thin neck and broad shoulders, but that's okay. All right, cool. We have reached 32 stitches around. Gotta go to bed. Oh, no, Makona Barb, thanks for hanging out. 20 to 25. 20 to 25 is not a bad zone. It depends on what I'm doing. I like it a little bit colder than that. I do. It's one of those things. There is definitely like a happy medium in the mix, but I like to be on the chilly end of the scale. Alright, I should probably snap those eyes in. I think that they're in a good spot. So let us commit. That's alright, I remembered the eyes all on my own. Sometimes I can do that. Oh, I should hydrate a little bit more. Maybe I could make a cobra dragon. We're picturing just like a cobra with legs. Okay, we are coming along swimmingly. You're very cute, darling. So now I think the time hath come. We are about here on the back, but we're only here on the chest, so it's a more significant slope than I originally anticipated. That's okay. You'll see here that we're planning to like flip up into the tail now, which means I'm actually going to start putting, instead of using just regular increases, which is 2 stitches into one, I'm going to start using increase 3s or 3 single crochet into the same stitch, but I'm going to call them increase 3s because it's easier to say, to like help overclock that curve. But in the meantime, we're closing off the front, and we're closing, 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 and we should eventually catch up before we reach the tip of the tail, though honestly the end point of this is probably going to end up like here. So that's where like the finishing off point will end up being, rather than neatly at the tip of the tail. It's just how this goes sometimes. Night Jane, thanks for hanging out, and good night to everybody else who's sort of peeling off. I understand it gets late in other places. It's not even 2 o'clock in the afternoon here, so it's just a bit of a different vibe. Oh, Night Harichi Crochet. Who else? Oh, and Wings. Oh, that's for the cobra snake. It would be fun to merge animals from Canada and Australia, like a Canada goose or a moose and a kangaroo or something. Oh my goodness, please do not make a Canada goose the size of a kangaroo. I cannot think of a worse combination than that manic bird steroidal marsupial. Like, aw, a neuter and axolotl with a wizard hat would be kind of spiffy. I'm just like... quick little sketch break. The stars are so you know that he's a good boy. Don't know if I like that big mouth. I probably would have just like been just as happy with like a little one. Alrighty, not my best work, but still a little bit of fun. Oh my goodness, it looks like a giant mouth with one little tooth. That's meant to be a smile, but it's gotten away from me here. I don't have an eraser to fix it either, so it is what it is. Can I make a video like the ones I made where I use different parts from different designs and made before and post it? Gem Jewel, I do not own an idea. You can do what you like, and I hope you do it better than me so that I have stuff to watch. What kind of spells do axolotl wizards even want to cast? Well, I mean, axolotls evolve into salamanders. Maybe they long to be dry. They wish to bake and flake. Well, let's just start by sprinkling some decreases in, all right? Let's not overthink it. Let's just get it done because I've clearly been procrastinating. All right, gonna have to write that down though because shaping is involved. Oh no, not a Canada Goose cross with a cassowary. Like, don't get me wrong, both are already battle turkeys of their own variety. But I honestly don't know if anything is really gained from that particular combination. I think they're both just big, mean birds. Conjure water. Okay, there's that. Single 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, no, it is 9 additional. Then we'll do 2 ink 3s. See how we land on the other side, because those increased 3s are just going to, like, what's the word I'm looking for when, like, you make those ones where you cram too many stitches into too small of a space and it becomes a type of curve. I know Mr. Bones knows the answer. I'm hoping he can tell what I'm trying to describe from what I'm saying. A hexaflexagon? Is that what I'm thinking of? It's just a... Oh, I'm talking about, you know how when you put too many stitches into too small of a space and it forms that, like, curve? There's a name for it. That's the one, hyperbolic. That's the one I'm looking for. Thank you. That's just a velociraptor with extra steps. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Just 2 more decreases to get back to the start. Okay, good. Good, good, good. We do need to close off a little bit more aggressively though. But it was good to get like one sort of gentle slope going. A moose and an emu is just a memu. I'd take a kangamoose over a goosewary. Giant bouncy legs and a massive dinosaur tail for scale. I've drawn all over my dugong picture now. It's the kangamoose, and it's the reason why none of the roads can be paved anymore. Thank you for reaching the weird part of the stream. I don't know, I'm not feeling weird. I'm feeling pretty stock standard, frankly. But give it time. It may. Who knows?
If you thought one kangaroo moose was scary enough, it deploys a second out of its pouch.
Oh no, I forgot about pouches. Oh, okay, well, would a kangaroo moose have a pouch here? Or would it have a pouch here? Or would the baby cling to its back for some reason? Tiny secondary moose. Still with full antlers. Because that's why. Oh yeah, he has a secondary moose strapped to his chest. Or her chest, I suppose. Dang it. You can't see it properly, and I really want you to. It's occurring to me right now that I don't know what moose feet look like, but it is what it is. Here we go. The kangaroo moose, with smaller secondary moose for deployment. You want to tag yourself as the secondary moose? I'm given to understand that it's quite squelchy in the pouches, so I don't know how much you'd actually want to be like in a pouch. It's a kangaroo moose, those feet work. Okay, I did my best. Like, I know that the back feet were kangaroo feet. I was aiming for that, but the front feet I was aiming a little bit more moose. But I genuinely don't know if they're like a single toe, like a horse, or if they're the two toes, like a cow. Like, I don't know if it's a kangaroo moose or a moosearoo. I just know that it hates you and it knows where you live. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then it should just be 7, 8, 9 single crochet. Sorry guys, I had to stop and do some math. One of us has to focus on the project. You guys keep designing creatures. I'll come back in a second. Really loud Starbucks ad shocked you from your doze. Turns out you don't need to drink it for it to wake you up. I'm so sorry, Coletti Spaghetti. I maintain that a moose plus an emu is a memu. And also, this is quickly going to devolve into me just drawing my default moose head onto the bodies of different animals. I don't think they're quite the blend that you guys might be looking for. Okay, I might have to like call the length of it there. I need to decrease, I keep saying decrease aggressively as though that means anything, but it does, it has meaning. I need to just keep decreasing a lot on the underbelly here. And I think I can start working single crochets now over the tip. I think we're nearly done with this body piece. We're doing good. So that narrows it too much if I do it that way. Do that, and then we need to single crochet around the end. How many stitches do we even have to work with here? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, plus 18 is 28. Okay, so that's not bad. We're working with 28 stitches around. We're about to use 6 of them for decreasing, so that leaves us with 22 stitches to work with. And we just want to work them, 22 single crochet. So that is what that is. And it's going to bring us down to 24, which you know I love. You want a beaveroo or a kangiva? Have you guys thought about maybe a beaver with a koala? Because like koalas are cute. But what makes a beaver face a beaver face? Right? So like a beaver with large fluffy ears. And a lust for civil engineering, but alas, they are too tired. I'm never getting this dugong done. This isn't even you this time, I did this to myself. I'm satisfied with that picture. Exactly. It'd be very odd because koalas do pretty much nothing and beavers are very busy. It's basically the mascot for executive dysfunction. Oh, there's a gooseberry in Discord. Oh, I'm still up on Haunter. Oh my goodness. I do not approve of the gooseberry. We were so obsessed to find out if we could. Nobody stopped to question whether or not we should. Ah. No, a beaver koala hybrid is not just a drop bear, because a drop bear is way more like a panther sloth hybrid type of thing. Okay, despite my best efforts of trying to keep the tail straight, I've given it quite a decadent swoosh, but I think it works for this particular creature, so I'm not like punishing myself for what's happened there. Yeah, okay, cool. So now I just need to keep... Now we're narrowing off at this end, and we're going to be finishing off the tail as well. So we're coming to a close on this particular piece now. That is a big fly. Where had that been sitting? It didn't buzz in, it only buzzed out. The questions. I have questions. Please consider making a Musaru crochet reality. I will consider it, Emily. Quokka and Turtle, I will come back to that in a minute. We need to keep moving forward a little bit. So I will be doing a single crochet 3 together. Oh, glorious, glorious. We got to 24 single crochet in our round, right? Just in time for me to want to start decreasing by 6 every round. It's just, oh. I love it when the numbers are just like one with the design process. It makes me feel all like zen with the universe when the numbers go exactly where the numbers should be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then it's 18, so then there should be 9 in between, like that. And it'll bring us down to 18 stitches. No, it won't. It'll bring us down to 21 stitches, which is not right. 24, 9. Ah, ha, 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 ha. I mathed it wrong, but we're back. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Tip of the tail. I don't know if that's a pointy enough tip of the tail, but I also don't want to like remove all of the width by decreasing wrong. It's giving me problems. No, I'll do it as written and I'll just worry about it next row. It's fine. Oh, that one's meant to just be 7. No, dang it, do 8 and just make it a regular decrease. Just be super sneaky about it. Throw everything off, it's fine. It's fine. Ooh! I've not tried an electric yarn winder. I got a hand cranked one from Spotlight, and when it arrived in the mail, it was all beat up already, like the box. I was just like, oh, maybe the box was just beat up. But then when I opened it to use it, it was broken. But I didn't realize it was broken because like it was weird. It was one of those things of just like I fixed it, but then it didn't really connect with that it had been broken. So like propping up the little metal spoke inside with a piece of cardboard got it working kind of, but it never produced the satisfying cakes of my dreams. So I don't use it. It just sits in a drawer. Okay, I saw a picture of a Carnosaurus drop in Discord, right? Just gonna sketch it real quick, right? Very loose of running dinosaur bro. But I just want to stop and consider something with you all for a second here. Because, I mean, you'd all be familiar with the concept of like shrink wrapping, how they don't put enough fat on the dinosaurs. This one here's not too bad. It's got its stupid little arms out to the sides. My attempt at a Carnotaurus, okay? Drawing from an actual reference image, but this is an approximation of what I'm looking at right now. Right, have you considered that maybe the beak of the goose did not survive the fossilization process. And that these silly little arms, like this is just a canonical goose. Night, Ravenwolf. Thanks for hanging out. sorry that you left on a rant about geese carnivores. Three, 4, 5.
It's not a side duck, it's a meat duck. Beef duck.
Beef duck. I'm fast approaching a point where I think I'm going to resort to... It's not my favourite trick, but it is a very effective trick for certain shapes, and that is just flatten the ends together and sew them shut. Because I don't want to like mess too much with the tilt of the tail. We should definitely slide some weights in though. Give them a couple of flippers and a little tail fin, and I think this is right. So I think I'm going to stop here and we're just going to sew the last of that opening up, even though like... It's not my favorite way to end them, but at the same time, if it gets you the result, sometimes it's the right answer. Weights. Hey.
Alone in the world with a giant beef duck? That's all.
We need to stop saying the phrase beef duck, because my brain is doing crazy things with it, and I don't like it.
Okay.
How do I crochet and watch something at the same time? I've been crocheting for 3 years now, and I can't count my stitches and watch a movie at the same time unless it's multiple rounds of single crochet. Well, that's why people use stitch markers, but also I think that it's just like... it's about why we're watching something at the same time, or at least for me, it's about why I'm watching something at the same time. That weight is too big for that little seal. Sorry for the noise then. I've got for the Forbidden Mentos instead. Like, for example, I'm only watching something at the same time as crocheting because I need the added stimulation. My brain needs something to do when I'm designing. So, like, if I wasn't sitting here talking to you guys, I would be listening to an audiobook or watching a movie or occasionally playing a game at the same time. Like, I need more stimulation for my brain to keep me engaged with the task that I'm doing. And so that's my why. And whereas, like, if you find that you can't focus on crochet while watching something, you could try listening to some music, or like maybe you get enough stimulation from the crochet, and that's honestly, I'm jealous because that sounds really peaceful. But no, it's like I gotta like leave myself a line of visual candy to keep myself like locked in on the task. Otherwise, I'll stand up and accidentally walk away from it. Well, I'm never going to look at geese the same way again. Well, they are the cobra chickens. Though I tell you what, like, I reckon swans would give them a run for their money. Swans are just mean. Mean and fearless. But swans have better PR than geese. Swan's PR is like, look, romance, mating for life, happy couples, look how graceful, look how idyllic they are. Whereas like geese PR is just like, they hate you and you hate them. Boss battle! Name vote soon? Yeah. Should. I still have a couple pieces to make. But we can do the name vote. Okay, Loot, that is quite an intimidating like picture to have just like pop up on the screen. It's just it's a gif of a goose just charging straight at the camera, but it was quite startling to look up and see. What do you guys think? Filled with forbidden Mentos, so it can balance. Let's get a name vote started. It's probably it's a little early, so let's do it. Let's do it. Start a poll. All right. Name list. Finlisha, which is hard to say, but if you all like it, we will do it. There are definitely harder ones to say than that. Bubbles, Blop, Mary Floppins, and Undine. That is more names. Could we go with Bubbles C Blop so that it can be the BCB, and then I don't have to worry about it being two different names like that, and then we'll do Mary Floppins which is very funny, and we will do Undine. There we go, we got our names. I took a little creative liberty there, but I hope that's okay with everybody.
Half goose, half chihuahua sounds terrifying.
Half goose, half... I'm seeing 1/3 swan, 1/3 goose, 1/3 chihuahua. Okay, challenge accepted.
A little bit of foam at the mouth. The whole goose bounces every time it barks.
Yeah, with its little butthole just going bark, bark.
Banned.
And just like that, I've designed a tiny Brachiosaurus. Needs to have the evil radiating out of it. I'm worried I've gone too far in the chihuahua direction and not far enough into the goose. How do I make this goosier? Oh, like that. That's how we make it goosier.
More feathers.
Oh no, it's all feathers.
Feather pants.
How'd I do? Beware my tiny chimera chimera? Chimera. Chimera? Chimera? Chimera wrath. Hi, Jinx. Alright, anyway, I gotta make us some... Oh, I've got pencil smeared all the way over the side of my hand. Let's make some fins, though. Things with fins and wings and legs. They lay eggs. This notepad has gotten out of control. It started out as just this cute little dugong, and look what you all have done to it. The chug... If we left the swan out of it, it could have just been a goo-wah-wah. I'm okay. I'm smelling smoke, but I'm okay. What's on fire? No, seriously. Honey, can you smell that out there? Nothing in here is warm. Hold, please. But I'm just getting a whiff of, like, burning. Maybe they're just smoking outside again? That's probably what it is. Yeah, okay, Darcy, you nailed the pun with the spelling. The goo wah wah, because the second wah is from swan. why am I chaining that many times? I'll do one fin and then it'll be the same thing for the tail and the other fin, so then we'll move on. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll do 6. Five single crochet. The guawa attacks its prey with arson. Not a joke I should make. Not funny. Not funny, Kylie. Yeah, smelling smoke, can we panic now? No panicking. Smelling smoke, panicking is the exact opposite thing of what you should do. It's just... I'm just gonna stay aware of... Hold on 1 second. I'm paranoid, but I have to check something. I'm okay. Yeah, okay. My eyes are blurry. There's not smoke. Oh, no, I don't think that the world is on fire. I think that something in here is on fire. But I would be out... It would have escalated by now. I'm just being silly. Sorry, guys. Sometimes you just gotta deal with it. Okay, so I want it narrower at the base and wider at the other end. So let's go back loops only. It's only very faint. I reckon it's just coming from upstairs. You know me, I've got super nose. Okay, then I turned, and in the back loop, no, they were technically the floops, not the bloops. I did 2 single crochet and 2 half double crochet. And I turned and disappeared. I'll do 2 half doubles in the same stitch. And a half double. Now we're working in the bloops. Oh, hi Mitch! Oh, night Beth, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the reminder to clean my glasses anytime. I'm like, is that smoke? My vision is blurry. It's 90% likely to be my glasses. I'm still adjusting to having these at all. And so like, I'm like, no, there's just a smudge on the lens. I was like, oh, there's smoke coming out of my tower. That's not right. And it wasn't right. It's like, I would definitely be able to smell it more than just like the faint trace I'm getting from something. It's like, sorry, sometimes I have like super nose. I had really bad allergies my whole life. And like, I moved to the city and there's no allergens here. And now I have super nose. It's like, sometimes we'll like, Mr. Bones will collect our like Uber or our dinner from a delivery person downstairs, and he'll come back upstairs and I'll be able to like, be like, a woman delivered that. I can smell her perfume. You know what I mean? Like I can just like, I've got the super nose. It's doing its thing. And so somebody in a 3-mile radius is smoking right now. That's what I can tell you. It's just like the one time I ignore it though will be the time I shouldn't ignore it. And then we'll be back to floops. I haven't even peeked at how you guys are doing in that name vote. So, very curious. Because by now there's almost definitely an answer. which is good because the fin is 3 stitches away from being done. And I know it's looking a little bit wide right now. I didn't nail the technique, but I still think it was worth a try. I like the fact that I got the line details on there, and then when I attach it, I'll just like scrunch up one end of it to give it a little bit more drape. So that'll be like there, and then I'll use basically the same piece for the tail. So yeah, that should be good. In fact, I might even just be able to like, sorry, doing things on camera. Use the tails to like help pleat it nicely. Okay, I don't think it's perfect. I think it's good enough. Sometimes we need to exist in the realm of good enough. Because if I call this one here, I'll let you guys start a third one with me. How's that sound? So if you're comfortable with dugong being good enough, we can move on. Which sounds like fun to me anyway. Okay, cool. What do we name him? You guys have officially named Dugong. Oh, sorry, it's not official till the poll ends, I suppose. Oh, wow. That's a tie between Bubbles C. Blup, BCB, and Mary Floppins. Okay, well, I will do another poll with just those two. If it comes out as a tie again, I'll flip a coin. That'll teach you all. Start a poll. We're going to call... I'm just going to put BCB in there. Oh, not BSB. Dang it. Come on. Come on, fingers. And we'll do a little Mary Floppins. Yep, another vote. Do it. I'm not leaving it open very long, though. It was a dead-on tie. I can't have the name be Bubbles C. Blop Mary Floppins. Like, though those two names just don't have a lot of synergy. So, like, fight aggressively for your option because it's not going to be open for long. I'm going to clean up my desk a little bit to give it a chance to go through. And now the BCB has already won one today, so I don't know if you guys are going to get the naming rights as well. You're seldom that organised. Keeping in mind, of course, that we did name Haunter Menace, so if you were going to name one the Boring Colour Brigade or the Bubbles C. Blop, now is the time to do it. Okay, I think we have our answer.
Mary Floppins. Chim chimney, chim chimney, chim chim chiree. I don't know what these are because I'm from the sea.
Okay, that's a copyrighted song.
Oh yeah, no, because I changed
We're
it.
messing with the mouse right now. We don't mess with the mouse.
No, it is the mouse.
It's the mouse.
It's not just any copyright, it's that copyright.
It's the worst mouse. It's the worst kind, yeah. As a menace, I have voted for BCB. Good for you, Sith Assassin. All right, I think we have our answer. I'm closing it off. I told you guys it'd be very quick because we need to do another vote for the actual Pokemon we're making because we're at 3.5 hours, guys. 3.5 hours with 2 done means we get to make another one. That's just how this works. Alrighty, the answer is officially Bubbles C. Blup. Don't know what the C stands for. I just sort of made it up. Or BCB, which is a nice full circle moment for... I don't know if it was, again, I don't know if it was Seal or Dugong, but that's how the BCB got started in the first place. So we'll pop that to one side. And I'm going to go on break again. I get 2 breaks today. So, alrighty. That was our 117th Pokemon made. We now need to make our 118th. Let me get set up here for a second. My cup of water is on my mouse cable. That's just not helpful and not smart. Turn that off. You guys get to vote between 1, 3, and 5. Today's theme was one-eyed, one-horned, flying purple people eater. And so far you have picked one-horned and purple. Which I was surprised by the horn. I was not surprised by the purple. So let's get that poll started. And then I'm going to go stretch my legs again. And it'll probably be another 10-minute break. I'm going to try and grab some lunch while I'm out. Okay, choose wisely. This is, by the way, why we have 5 options in a poll. There we go. And I'll get you all set up so you can still see it while you guys watch the parade. Let's do that and that. microphones on.
Have we done one before?
No, we haven't done any of these ones before.
I'm getting weird deja vu.
That's okay. Keeping my voice low-pitched to remind you all to turn your microphones back to, or your speakers back. I'm really sorry about what happened with the music there. We've been having weird audio settings. Normally, my mic setting is at the right level for people by default, and normally my music's at the right level for people by default. But then my voice was really quiet, so we turned up that microphone, and then the music was really loud because I think some of you helped by turning up your own speakers. So not really sure what's going on there today, but we should be back. LeChonk is doing his best. Yeah, LeChonk is definitely doing his best. He's a good boy. So, who have you guys voted for our 118th Pokemon? Let's have a look-see here and end the poll. So today's theme was, of course, one-eyed, one-horned, flying purple people eater. And it looks like you want to do the people eater. I took a little creative liberty with this one here. I did warn at the start that there was a little bit of shenanigans here. And this one here is one of my shenanigans. Because, like, let's just say the notion of people eater was kind of open to interpretation. Oh, sorry, I didn't actually tell you who won. I said people eater. But yeah, pink, or number 5, won with 45% of the votes, followed by 3 at 33% of the vote, and 1 got just 21% of the votes. So this will definitely be the last one today, but I will do the rest of the reveals at the end of the stream like I always do. That just makes them easier to find if you're clicking through later. So number 5 for our people eater. Come on, tell me he doesn't look like he's snacking. You forgot to vote. Oh, I'm so sorry, Kitticus Rex, but you've missed it now. So yeah, we are going to be making Lickitung. So interesting day today. Haunter, Dugong, and Lickitung. So later on I will reveal who one-eyed and flying is. I feel like flying wasn't the most interesting clue, but the one-eyed one I had to work for a little bit here. So, minimizing that, I was going to use this page because Dugong didn't use very much of this page, but then we filled this page with nonsense. And so I kind of have to work out if I can maybe fit Lickitung down here, maybe? So, yeah, maybe I'll just like fit Lickitung in around the edges. Let's update our counter because this is our 118th, and I like the idea of updating it at the start rather than at the end. 118, and let's turn a sprite on for us as well. So it's still set to the gong. Let's find the tongue. There he is. Okay, and I'm gonna sit him up there. Blah. So that I can use like the corners. Okay, so Lickitung is just this cute little like nugget creature who, unfortunately, the tongue is definitely a big part of his design, so we're gonna have to do an open mouth, I think. Like, I'm not gonna promise that we'll get this guy finished today, but we're gonna make a good start, you know? Ooh, that's an interesting shape for a tail. Love the whole, like, one tiny fingernail thing. That's very Clefairy of him. Is everyone feeling okay with the fact that it's Lickitung? He's gonna get along great with Gengar, Grim Squirrel. Oh, we're already there, are we? Blah. He doesn't really have that many details to him. Like, he's got just a bunch of chunkiness. It's just really the mouth that we're going to have to worry about, because the rest of these pieces are all pretty straightforward. Do we have beans? Okay, we have toe beans confirmed, I believe. The bottom of the foot looks like this. Okay, I am going to be drawing him a number of times. That might just be the rest of the stream, is me drawing him from different angles. Got the little, like, kneecaps. These arches, actually, on the chest are going to be a pain. I might end up doing them as like one piece with just like the pink curves like stitched on over the top. Because that's annoying. How far do they go? Because I can see 3 and the start of a 4th on the sprite. Are there only 4 in total? Yeah, looks like there might be. The stitch marker was brushed off to one side. Thank you. I have it. Alright, I'm going to ink this one, but I'm going to have to draw him from a number of different angles as well. He go blep, he make nom, he fill his pink tum-tum. I'm foreseeing an uncomfortable amount of PDA in our futures, maybe? Squirtle's head. Yeah, it is very Squirtle head. Sorry, I was trying to do like a vibe check on the chat and make sure we were all okay with this. There we go. Okay, arms I'm not worried about, those are just tubes. Body is kind of just a potato. I'm a little worried about doing the crescent design on his tummy. But, you know, it's not a deal breaker. It's the open mouth I'm second guessing myself with a little bit here. I'm kind of psyching myself up a little bit, or psyching myself out a little bit. So we'll just start by making the pieces that I'm confident in, and we'll work from there. Loot, that is a great pose. Just like, nah. What was the moose picture? Oh, yeah, there were some animal mashups. You wait, like if Dugong had taken us like even a little bit longer, we would have been blessed with the crocodile. But alas, alack, we moved on to a different project. So yeah, I'm gonna just like do piece breakdown around the rest of the nonsense. Let me just scroll back up and get a better side view of this fellow. That's a pretty good one. So I'm tempted to do him like, I think of it as kind of like the I'm a Little Teapot, where, you know, you've got the body and the bottom jaw. It's kind of how I did Tyranitar. This is a little teapot, short and stout. And then you do like the top of the teapot, like the lid of the teapot is the top of the head. And by making them as like 2 separate pieces, it gives you like a lot of room to work with, particularly if you're anchoring something as massive as like this giant tongue. And then of course he has like his handles. And I suppose the tail could be a spout. I think like I don't want to go too far with this particular metaphor, but like the tail I'm also not that afraid of, because like the tail we just do like a really long piece, like and just like fold it on down. And we end up with a nice tail, you know? Like we really only stuff like in here. We don't stuff this bit, and we just fold it on down and sew it in place, and it's fine. We need the crocodile. Remind me about it when we get bored on this project. Current name list is Schlurp. Nom nom. So yeah, that is the sort of starting point we have here. Kind of want this to be like, this isn't proportionally quite right. I always put the bellies down too low because that's what looks right to me, but it's not actually the shape these creatures are. It is pretty close though. Arms fine, legs are literally just like these little like bally things. We'll stitch on the toe so we don't need to worry about shaping that. And we'll stitch on the foot pad as well, that's fine. Oh, he's got little hand pads too. We'll stitch all of those on. See, that just looks like a really miffed ghost now, like. But no, that's his hand. Oh, tongue. We need a tongue. It's just another tube, and I'll sew down the middle of it, which will create those two little, like, segments of tongue. I'm a little teapot, short and stout. Here is my handle. Here is my other handle. Oh, I'm a sugar pot. Here is my handle. Here is my handle. Here is my handle. Here is my handle. I'm a biblically accurate teapot. I want to draw a biblically accurate teapot. Hold on. We gotta do a biblically accurate teapot. What does that even look like? I don't even know how to draw an actual teapot, let alone a biblically accurate one. It's just a ball of handles and spouts. I don't know. It didn't read as well as it does in my head. No, it has not turned into a doodle stream. I've got pink. Look, yarn. And I can do pale yellow, or we can do cream for his markings. I think pale yellow, actually, looking at it. Do you reckon that his tongue is the same color as the rest of him? Because I'm going to be in trouble if I need to have two different pinks that are that close together. Like, you reckon I can get away with it? What colour's inside his mouth? No.
Tongue is a light colour.
No. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that. Hold on. We got some scraps. The scraps might save the day. I have that. That actually might be a better colour for him. Or I have this, which has slightly more, I don't know how to describe that one. It's a slightly different shade again. Too pale. And from there I get like into like deeper tones, which aren't quite right. That could be inside the mouth if I needed a colour for that. Okay, we like the pale yellow, I agree. But now we need to pick our pinks. I'm holding this in reserve for inside the mouth in case we need a different colour to add some contrast. These two colours look too close together to look nice together. But I could conceivably do, like, this is the tongue and this is the body. Or I could do... This honestly looks like a... Oh no, this is actually too, like, rosy for him. He is slightly fleshier. So I'm thinking, I'm leaning this way. So we have tongue, body, and the yellow. Yeah. Funny, for once this camera is actually showing colour. Like, I say for once as though I didn't spend like 3 hours last night changing everywhere my lights are positioned to better light the scene. So, like, these colours are showing up as these colours look. I do think the second pink will help a little contrast breakdown, but if I decide I don't like it, we'll just use the same pink. That's not a big deal. He's fleshy. He is. He's flesh. He's made of flesh. I mean, look at him. He's just a big old wad of bubblegum. That is the way of the tongue. Stop. Okay, we have our colours. See, look, we're making progress. So I think I'm gonna make the teapot first. Licky. And I can't write teapot down, so I'm going to write body down. And I want to start in the middle, and I'm just going to make a little round piece. So if I'm doing the inside of the mouth, now is the time to do the inside of the mouth. Am I using a different colour inside the mouth? Or am I just letting natural shadows do their job? I don't know. I don't know what we're doing. We're just going to try some things and see what sticks. Oh, Night Bottega channel, thanks for hanging out. Darcy Rose, that is a comparison that nobody asked for and nobody needed. Like, did you even want that comparison? What texture is Licky Tongue? Latex. For sure, like shiny plastic. Oh, I said teapot because teapot is how I was describing my piece breakdown before. So like, what by teapot I mean I'm making the main body chunk, and then we'll make like the handles and the spout. I feel like this stream has gotten out of control. Not Martini, I just got that song out of my head. Do not make me go back to the squirrels in my pants. 5, 6, 7, 8. That is such a strange sentence to say out loud in any context. Oh, I should have stopped at 2. I know there's a reason why I stop at 2 every other week. Why didn't I listen? I can't engage with chat. Chat's being very blue at the moment. Fun facts with Bulbapedia. Thank you, Fluffy Chomper. Its saliva causes a tickling. No! Right, so we should just end stream, right? I'll see you guys next week with a finished Licky Tongue. That's your revenge for the bug song. You know what? That's fair enough. He does look like a cursed Squirtle. He does. Yeah. He does. Like, there's just no doubt about it. He used a hair straightener on his tail. A bunch of, like, manic panic to dye himself pink. I think that's the inside of the mouth. So to form the lip now, I should write anything down. Just literally pick a thing and write it down. There we go. I once again went with 18 around, which shows you that I apparently mean business with this stonky little fella. I do want to make sure that he has quite a pronounced lip. So that means that the post stitching has to come into play here, because that's how you get nice definition between bits. sorry. Kitticus Rex, that is just the most unfortunate situation. Does anyone keep geckos? I have a new crested gecko and there is a cricket that he will not eat and it's making the worst noise. How do I kill the cricket? The cricket is now also your pet. I'm sorry to tell you. That cricket is yours now. You may as well name it and let it be your guide. He has not been megapotted. You bite your tongues. He's a perfectly normal size for a licker tongue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and one more. 18. Okay, so that was 18 front post. Now I kind of just want to do a bunch of 18 single crochet around to curve it on down. Just do anything I can to stop it from looking wrong. Carefully does it. Anyone trying to do this pattern later is gonna hate me. I'm just like, okay, so we'll do 18 front post single crochet and then we'll do 8 single crochet and then we're gonna do like 10 back post single crochet because like I feel like that's gonna make the shape that I want it to make, and it doesn't matter that in review I would probably remove half of this post stitching. In the moment it feels right, and so that's what we're doing. Because I want to leave loops for me to attach the top part of the head to the body. Nice and seamlessly, which means I have to leave a seam. That's where the posts come in. That was only 8. Can I not count? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I think I just can't count. Tried to catch him with tongs, but the little cricket is too quick for me. I'm so sorry. There we go. So see there, it's left kind of a seam at the back that I should be able to use to attach the top of the head later. Or I can use that as the lip if I really need to. Whereas like the lip at the front is going to be a little bit less of a thing, but still good. It's given me some options to work with anyway, so that should be good. Now, so we're like here where I've just done like this little like lip. So now I kind of just need to decide if I want to like narrow in. Maybe we just 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's a lot of narrowing in, but it might read correctly if I do it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So that is the first place that I work. I'm thinking 4 decreases is a good idea, which will bring us down to 14 stitches, but then like we can like grow it on out in a bulb. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So that's gonna like bring that lip in a little bit more, just give it a little bit more definition. I'm not sure if that's the right move, but we'll find out. So, and then I'll just single crochet around, and then we'll start like bulbing our little daffodil. 2, 3. Parboiled? What's being parboiled? Oh, we're still talking about tingling tongues. I'll just keep looking away. Wow, yeah, no, chat's super uncomfy. I can't read any of this. It's just, it's sad because it's like, I keep my humor clean on this channel. But, or I try. Occasionally the odd dirty thing slips past me, but I mean, that happens to everyone. Yeah. I can't engage with this or else it's going to send me spiraling. Okay, so we're down to 14 single crochet around. Yeah, what is the current name list? Because there was Slurp the first time I saw it, but Bubblegum seems like a good name. We did all know that the Licky Tongue stream was going to be interesting, but I don't... It's also a bit rough that he came up third, because I feel like we could have just like managed it a little bit with a bit more like dignity if we'd done him first. But we're all just gonna... We're adults. We're fine. And then we'll go around. So that means that the top part of the body, like where it flares out into the chest, is going to mirror the exact angle of the lip coming in, which should maintain that kind of shaping. I can already tell I'm going to have to go up to like 36 stitches, possibly even 42. Or am I? I suppose that's the suspense we're dealing with today. Tongles? Who needs dignity when you have shenanigans? That's true. Shenanigans are definitely more fun. Okay, so that's the back, that's the front. You can see the little lip there. So it only has to be a very small lip because this is literally like we've just taken the top of his head clear off. I will say that this should be rounder and smaller. And we've got like loops. So I should be able to just like attach them in. Honestly, I probably could have started with the tip of the tongue and worked up the tongue and then into the body, but there's something about that concept that makes me really uncomfortable. So I'd rather not do that. Nom Nom? Current name list. Okay, here we go. Schlurp, Bubblegum, and Hubba Bubba. I do like Nom Nom as a name. I think Nom Nom's cute. Poor Mr. Bones, I'm so sorry. He's working overtime right now, trying to keep all of everything like clean. Increase. Sorry, I feel like I've gotten progressively less chatty, but I'm doing what I can. That's not right. That math doesn't math at all. Yes, it does. This does. 3 times 8 is 24. Right. So rather than going up by 6s, which would make him like flare out into like a proper like ball, I'm going up by 3s. So we're going from 18 to 21 to 24. And that should do the trick. Okay, so that's up to 21. And then we'll do a row of single crochet just to like smooth that curve out, because that's the equivalent of, instead of doing 3 increases in a round, if you do a round of 3 increases and then a round of single crochet, it's the equivalent of doing 2 rows with 1.5 increases in them in terms of just the amount of slope, gradient, whatever that you get from it, which is good. Sometimes you want just something a little bit softer, a little bit more round. Night, Caitlin, thanks for hanging out. Mr. Bones has no time for his own shenanigans because he's trying to manage all of, yeah, basically. Also, like, we've been going for 4 hours, right? I know that, like, at our longest, I think we went for, like, what was it, 7 or 8? Something like that. But, like, 4 hours is a really long time. And, like, I get to just sit here and, like, chat away and like, do my crochet and whatever. He has to read every single message and stop me from saying, like, anything that I'm not supposed to say or reading anything I'm not supposed to read. Like, he puts this whole thing on his shoulders and he trudges us forward in the snow. So... like, this is a very mentally intense exercise for Mr. Bones. We do. We have a lolly... It's a lolly flop or a lolly plop. Hang on, let me look that up. It's definitely Bell Sprout. Bell Sprout is Lollyplops. And then we had Weepin' Bell, who was Faceplant, and Victory Bell, who was Belladonna. Okay, there we go. So far so good. I think we've got like a really nice like lower lip definition there into like the flare of the body. This is what we were looking for. So I'm going up again to 24 stitches around now. He is the real MVP. Oh, morning, Sam. You have arrived at a very strange part of the stream, and brace yourself. Hooray! Glad the stream has gone this long as you got to join for the crafting of a whole Pokemon this time. Oh, hello. Yeah, we're making our 3rd one for the day. Stitching fast. Something something homebound. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Sorry, I've lost the start of my row. I'm just trying to find it again because at some point I've lost count, so my landmarks aren't being super applicable. I think that was the first stitch. So yeah, okay, 1, 2, 3. Loud. Bit loud.
It was in time with the music.
Oh, okay, it wasn't for me.
Faces past and I'm homebound.
Ba-da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah.
Come on. Come on. I know you can count. You've done it so many times before. Will you please just count to 3? Okay, good. Okay, we can work with that. Yep, and then we do one of those. And then we do one of these. 1, 2, 3. Okay, cool. We finished that row. I feel like my brain like blew a gasket or something in the middle of that. What is that little potato? Oh, that's that's Confused Ghost, otherwise known as the Licky Tongue's arm, because he's got like a little like palm on it, but he's also just got like one little thumbnail. So it kind of, yeah, it turned into a thing. Okay, cool. I don't think I'm gonna have to go around to 36, which is exciting. I'm going to... I don't know, is that plump enough for him, you reckon? You reckon he needs to be plumper? Because his little head is only going to be like that. I actually think that we've reached the widest point we're going with this. Which is only 24, which is significantly smaller than I thought it was going to be. But now we need to do like a whole bunch of rows. And if I was slightly more fastidious, I would probably do colour changes now for the crescents, or to lay the groundwork for the crescents, but I'm just going to stitch them on. I know how to make crescent shapes. I don't know why I was freaking out before. Oh, cheese! Oh, good cheese. Mmm. Sorry, I'll be right back. That was very nice cheese. That's cute. When your mum had her 1-year hip operation, we rang her saying hippie anniversary and hip hip hooray. It's your anniversary. That's so cute. It was cheese time. It's been a while since you guys have made it to cheese time. Not because you guys weren't willing, but because I was weak. And I'll have you know that, ooh, cheese is a perfectly reasonable reaction to have when cheese majestically appears descended from like, it just appears in your line of vision. It's unexpected cheese. It's very good. Looks like a little sun hat. Oh, at the moment, yeah, it's kind of got a little bit of a bucket hat vibe. Wait till we make the head. The head's going to be very, very hatty because it's basically a hat. Because what is your skull if not a hat for your skeleton? Cheese grommet. We're out of cheese. Oh, yeah, cheese is better in a block, but shredded cheese is basically a snack. That said, they do mix, it's an agent to stop the shredded cheese sticking together over the cheese, but it's basically the same stuff as sawdust. So, like, know what you're eating. I still buy shredded cheese, it's just I'm aware of it. Block cheese is easier to cut evenly. Well, what other kind of cheese is there? It's like, don't get me wrong, I'm very much a hard cheese person as opposed to a soft cheese person, though I don't mind, like, the occasional soft. Getting all tangled up in me magic string here. Oh, cheese is very much a valid reaction, approved by my wife, who does literally the same. That's what I mean, surprise cheese, man. We're not... Like, I am a very simple creature to understand. I am. Just occasional surprise cheese. Cheese curd. I don't have a frame of reference for what that is. Like, don't get me wrong, I've heard it before, but I don't think I've experienced it firsthand, and I couldn't pick it out of a lineup. Could I crochet with string cheese? Okay, hypothetically, yeah, if it felt like behaving. However, I'm not sure if it's the best use of anyone's time. Though it was very cool to watch. I've seen videos of people like knitting with like noodles, and for a while there I was just like, oh, I wonder if I could crochet with those various food-based items. But I'm just like, no, I'm too much of a collector. It would just make me really sad to have to eat or destroy the item afterwards. Like, it's different if you're making cake-based representations of things, because then you get to eat cake, and that's good. But like knitting with noodles or crocheting with, for a while there I was looking at like, could you like spin fairy floss into yarn? I don't think the answer is yes, or at least the answer is I can't. But yeah, I don't think that, like, the fleeting nature of food-based items, I don't think I'm ever going to like really engage with them properly as part of the process. Cheese curds are best with French fries and gravy. Ah, yes, I'm familiar with la poutine, or with poutine, but I don't think I've ever had it. I just know that it's a thing. Tried to crochet with Twizzlers, which was an experience to watch. I bet it was. I bet it smelled great though, because like they're like raspberry licorice, right? Imagine eating a spaghetti granny square. Well, see, I kind of get a little icked about it as well, because like I don't like the idea of my food being handled, with very few exceptions. Mr. Bones is allowed. Mr. Bones is safe. But like anything that looks like my food has been overly manipulated for the sake of presentation, it gives me the ick a little bit. But like, I'm picky on the best of times, so that's probably on me. Well, he looks like he's got a little chest puffed out, like I am, like, licky. He's just a little guy. He's turning out such a little guy. 2, 3, 4. I think that was 4 rows of 24. 2, 3. No, I think I'm just like closing it in. I think he's just a little bean, and I'm very excited for it. It's like, oh, baby. I might do one more round, just because like a couple of times now I've stopped one row too soon. So I'll just hedge my bets. I'll go one more row, and then we'll just close off the bottom of it. Ooh, Sam, I hope you recover swiftly. Have we called any Mons Bean? I'm not sure. I can do a word search though. Hold on. I've got them all in front of me here. Control F. Do we have any beans in the chat? We do not. Closest we have is Gummy Bear, the Teddy Ursa. It's like, I always feel like Jelly Bean is, I'm pretty sure that's what I named my Licky Tongue. He's just a little jelly bean. He feels very much like, I don't know if you guys watched Adventure Time, but he feels very Candy Kingdom coded to me. Like he's made out of the candy nonsense that makes up the Candy Citizens. I actually don't know what the current status of the name list is. That's okay. We don't need to. We're still a long way from needing it. Okay, there we are. So that's our 5th row of 24. There we go. That'll get us to 18. That'll get us to 12. And that'll be the end. Current name list. Okay, cool. Thank you, honey. Schlurp, Bubblegum, and Hubba Bubba. Okay, cool. So it hasn't really moved around. There was no bean came up in my spreadsheet, so even if jelly bean had been suggested at a previous point, it obviously didn't win. Unless somebody else knows more than I do, because honestly, I keep records as well as I can, but sometimes you guys can correct me on things like that. That's fine. Because like for a while there, I thought that I had the name of Slowpoke wrong. I thought Slowpoke was Eduardo, but it turns out his name's Slowpork. Eduardo was a much nicer name. But Eduardo was apparently just a joke that was made on stream about how flirtatious the sketch of Slowpoke looked. Hi, Pride in Stitches. Oh, you like the Eldritch puppy? Yeah, that was an interesting challenge. It turns out that I don't design in very nice colours, and it was actually a real struggle for me. I am happy enough with what I ended up making, but I don't consider it to be like a creation with like asterisks on either side. It's like, it's a thing I made. It's cute. It's gonna sit on my shelf. It's not going anywhere. He's a good boy. He kind of feels less intentional than I like my stuff to be. Stuffing. I don't know if I want to put a weight in the base of this guy. I think he'll be fine without it. I don't think he needs one. Sometimes it's nice to have one, but I also got to not weight everything. Yeah, Princess Bubblegum. Yeah. Sleep well, Lizzie. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, yeah, you guys might be thinking of Melly June. That's what we named Wigglytuff. Is it? Yeah, we had Jelly Moon and Melly June? Or something like that. I'm still worried that I've made him too short, but I think Stumpy is going to be cute. His little legs will be up to here. His little arms will stick out there. He'll have the top of his head. Cute little tail. He's so small. I've made him so small. I'm worried I've made him too small. It's fine though. Better to be too small and to be a finished Pokemon than to be way too big and to feel like I'm never going to accomplish it. So let's just keep soldering on, because once I seal this piece off and cut it off, I won't be tempted to go back. There we go. I'm just powering through. He's too small. I know he is. He's just a little gumball. Yeah, Mother's Day. Sorry, I just realised there's people here. Yeah, Mother's Day is what, next weekend, right? Or is it the weekend after that? I know it's coming up. I'm sorry, I like the name Nom Nom. I don't like Princess Bubblegum, though. Sorry, I mean, I like Princess Bubblegum, the character. I just don't like it for Lickitung. In general, as this series has gone on, I've been touchier and touchier about naming them just like straight up after characters that exist. Like, what's her name? Lulubelle or something like that? Like, I'm down to name him Lulu, like, I think it's Lulubelle. What's Princess Bubblegum's actual name? It's kind of like I wouldn't name one Mickey Mouse, you know? But like something like that. Dang it, now it's going to drive me crazy. What's Princess Bubblegum's name? Because I was thinking like Marceline. I wouldn't have any problem with that. Princess Bubblegum. What's her name, though? Tell me the name. Oh, it's Bonnie something. Bonnibel. There we are. I knew it had bells somewhere in it. So like, yeah, like we can go with Bonnibel. 2 weeks. Nope, you haven't missed the reveals. Arms.
Mother's Day is in 2 weeks from today.
Okay,
14
cool.
days.
Yeah. It's like we're still in the middle of a long weekend for Anzac Day. It can be a little bit to keep track of what day of the week it is, and then to have like some days be special days. I'm making a little arm. I should have gone straight into the head, but for some reason the limbs are calling my name. So we're going to make a little arm. Eight, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Sorry, I have to count because I didn't write anything down. 16, 17, 18. So that's 3 rows. I feel like we might need one more row, but I'm also thinking that might just be proportionate. I think that's just how big his little limb is. He's so small. Oh, he's such a little dude. I'm gonna go one more row because I can always frog it later. Hi, smallest petal. Let's see, you've missed Haunter, who we named Menace, and you've missed Dugong, who we named Bubbles Sea Blub. And now we're making Lickitung. The theme today was one-eyed, one-horned, flying purple people eater. And the options that got picked were purple people eater, which is this one here, and one-horned. So with that, you're all caught up. Magic ring 6 single crochet times 1, 2, 3, 4, and finish off. Cool. So that's one little arm. Oh, man's T-posing. Potentially we'll remove a row. Happy with that for now. I'm actually going to, I know I don't normally make duplicates on stream, but I am in this instance, just because I've made his body a certain size and it's not given me a lot of real estate to work with, so I just want to make sure that everything's going to fit in duplicate. Well, there were just so many options for what could be the people eater. It's just like, This one here is definitely like the most mouth. Like Gyarados also would have fit. I saw somebody suggest that as potentially what it was. And no, I'm still too up in my own head to even attempt Gyarados. But we're getting closer to having to. So at some point I will be forced to do it. It's just I'm holding myself to a different standard for that particular Pokemon. But yeah, it's like he could have arguably been the People Eater. So, I mean, Hypno was also in the running for People Eater because I know he does, like, Dream Eater. And, like, his Pokédex entry is extremely inappropriate regarding where the children go. So, in fact, there's a few, like, actual Pokédex entries in Gen 1 that could easily have been twisted into this guy. This guy eats them. This guy will eat you. 100-hour Gyarados. We still got to have a little one though anyway, even if I do decide to do Body Pillow Gyarados. I'm glad you liked this theme. I thought it was a fun one. It's some of my regular theme choices are really hard for me right now because I'll come up with a great one and then I'll realize that the funniest punchlines have already been made. And then it's just like, well, then I don't want to do it. So, like, it's fine though. I can't plan them too far ahead because, like, I have to have, like, 4 or 5 that at least are semi-funny about something. But then I don't know which ones are actually going to get picked. So I can't plan too far ahead in case I need one or the other or whatever. We require a pattern for a warrior cat. Well, it has to get in line behind all the dogs because I've been thoroughly informed that I make too many cats. And that the dog people need something as a sign of my allegiances. How big would a 100-hour Gyarados be? Depends on the detail. Like, it doesn't necessarily mean size. Because, like, the owl that sits behind me, it's like, you can see the tips of its wings here. He was technically a 100-hour owl, but, like, I call him that because I set out to make something in 100 hours, but it was like 86 or something like that. It was close to 90 hours. So, like, he's not huge. It's just there's a lot of, like, embroidery textures and a lot of individual feathers, a lot of, like, that sort of thing. So, like, 100-hour Gyarados could even only end up being, like, this big. Whereas, like, when I talk about a Body Pillow Gyarados, that doesn't necessarily mean it'll take 100 hours. It just means it'll be huge. And there is a difference. I'm a dog person. Yeah. Yeah. A little fella. Yes, it would just be yes. What would just be yes? Oh, right. That was the answer to the question of how big would it be. As big as it needed to be and not an inch more. I have been hydrating. This was full when I sat down. You are right though, I haven't been hydrating enough, thank you. Calotti Spaghetti, same. I am personality-wise more like a cat, but I am a dog person. I'm just not a dog person. Okay, so that is... His little arms are just filling me with joy right now. Like, some chunky little legs next? Maybe some little chunky legs? This is nice. It's satisfying to work up like a bunch of little pieces and just like building. Giant squog? Can you imagine a 100-hour squog? You could use it as a Duna cover later. Actually, I find that quite appealing, the idea of like a giant squog Duna cover. If you do it just right, everyone will think it's AI generated. Anyone familiar with Sophie's Universe? Beautiful, very complex pattern that's out there. That was available for free last time I was looking at it. I don't know if that's still the situation, but very, very pretty, very complicated pattern. Like, can you imagine a squog made out of like a Sophie's Universe? You want to make your own 100-hour Albert? Well, you should. You should. Just I don't have a pattern for him, and it's funny. Like I've kind of gone back and forth over the years, but like I'm really glad I didn't write that pattern down, because like so much of my creativity. No, this is going to sound so much like I'm complaining, and I don't mean it that way. It's like so much of what I produce and get to create, I have to think about it in terms of being a commodity, and how to like give it to people in like a kit form, and so that they can make it too. And I still get questions about, do I have a pattern for that owl? And the answer is no. And it's such a relief to just be able to say no. And it was such a relief during the making of him to not worry about doing things that I know I wouldn't be able to communicate properly, and I could just do things because I knew that they would feel and look right. And I don't get to do that very much. But again, not complaining, just observing that I do not regret not writing down the pattern for that owl, because it means that he is a beautiful moment in time for me, and a very easy question to answer when asked. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. I don't really want to go any bigger than that. I think that's chunky enough for him. Or is he chunkier? No, 12 is about right. Slug squirrel? What's going on? I'm trying to keep it so that the magic ring can be the front of the knee, because then I can just take my yellow and stitch around the outside of that magic ring and get like a perfect balanced like little circle mark for his leg. But in stopping to tell you that, guess who lost control of the asylum? No, I lost count. But we'll work out what we did later. we always have before. Do I have a pattern for my canvas dinosaurs in the background? I love them and really want to give making them a go. Canvas dinosaurs. Oh, are we talking about these guys? The dragons coming through the portal? We'll wait for an answer on that one there, because if that's the question, I think I put some of them available on Patreon, but the individual pieces I'm not sure about. I whatever notes I had I shared, I just don't think they were full or comprehensive. It's the thing about Patreon. They get whatever I've got, and I go the extra mile to try and make sure that I remember to create things. It does mean that like it's for folks who know what they're doing already. But then so does my whole channel, really. Times 2. Oh, well, congrats, smallest pedal. That's a big jump to go from 24 to 33, and almost definitely would have been like, if you did something different that got your name out there, like an art con, it makes sense that some people would have found you that way. Albert pattern. Do body. Add face. Crochet rest of owl. Spend 50 hours making individual feathers. Go crazy. Actually, you know what? I remember very vividly working on that pattern because I had done something to my back and I was like propped up in an armchair with like a workbench on the arms, but I couldn't stop because the algorithm waits for no one and I had to get it done. And I just remember being in pain throughout most of that owl. So I have like, yeah, it's not been a problem in a long time, but that is my memory of working on that owl. And also, I don't know if I mentioned it in the video because I don't like being very like woe is me, but like I It's a big part of the reason why I didn't find 10 hours more stuff to add to it. It's just like I needed it to be done because I couldn't sit upright any longer. This was years ago. This was years ago. We make our choices differently these days, just to be very clear. I think the arm spikes are for bad people poking? Bad people neck poking. We just have to remember to keep licky tongue away from Cloister. Oh, come on now, Darcy. We were almost home. And also, Cloister is nowhere around that I can see. I think I put Cloister back in the bag. So, I think we're good. I think we're clear. Exactly, Mr. Bones. Grumpy skeleton sounds. Just trying to make a little foot here. $100-hour owlbear. Yeah. Oh, ever since I made the owl, I've been, honestly, basically since the genesis of the channel, I've been talking about how much I love owlbears and how I would love to go and make, like, put the kind of time I put into like a marigold project or an Albert project and make a giant owlbear. And what's really funny is that it's been a long time since I've done a big project, or it feels like it's been a long time. Like we made, you can see peaches behind me. I think the anglerfish was my most recent, like, big project, but honestly, it doesn't have the level of detail that I expect from myself when it comes to those projects. The next closest is possibly Chonk, which you can see back here with Mr. Bones. Or there's also, like, I've got the long Chinese dragon there as well. So, like, that was fine, but, like, they weren't breaking new territory for me, so they don't, like, kind of fall into my, like, pantheon of the big ones. Whereas, like, owlbear, I can see him being just, like, this big nuggety thing. Maybe, like, even individual strands of hair, so that, like, they're all sculpted in the direction that they need to go in. That said, owlbear has kind of fallen off my roster a little bit since I started playing with these perler beads. I think that my next project is going to include some sort of, like, fish or dragon or lizard, something reptilian, so that I can do scales with those beads, because I'm very excited about being able to make customizable plastic pieces. So, yeah, it's just like this. I'm never short of inspiration. What I struggle with is bite-sized chunks of inspiration that I can do on a weekly basis while I'm working on huge things in the background. Because I have so many ideas that I love, but all of them are like month-long projects, and I have to put something out every week. One of the funky doodles, people were blending animals together and I was egging them on a little bit. That's what's happened there. We have a beaver koala. We have what did we end up naming this? A kangamoose? An axolotl and a wizard hat. This is our goowawa. It's a goose mixed with a swan and mixed with a chihuahua. And that was just me pointing out the fact that carnivores potentially had goose beaks. One, two, three, four, five. Gotta remember to write this stuff down. Let's do 2 decreases. Let's put our stitch marker back in, wherever it may be. There it is. The plastic bead's easy to use. The pixel-like nature of them appeals to me greatly. I've sorted them all now into a big old tackle box. I know that was stressing some of you out last time they appeared on camera, but no, they've been sorted now. I spent hours doing it. It was medicinal, basically. Yeah, so like that bit's easy. I find the ironing part of them on the tricky end of things. In fact, I talk about that for about an hour earlier in this stream. I don't really want to like make this stream about that again. But yeah, I was just like applying the heat evenly is the bit that I struggle with personally. And so like that's the problem I have to overcome in order to be able to make any kind of serious use out of them. Oh yeah, sorry. For people actually asking, I thought people were asking why people were referencing me in terms of owlbear, but no, owlbear is a cross between an owl and a bear, and they're everything. I have long ago come to terms with the fact that if bears were a thing in Australia, I would have already been eaten, because I just can't. I look at them and I'm just like, okay, yeah, I'm going to feed myself into the paper shredder. That's just what that is. You guys are all making squogs? I love that. Kangamoose? Oh. If not friend, why friend shaped? Yeah, that's exactly it. They are completely friend shaped. I mean, there is so much squish, and they would absolutely, like, don't get me wrong, I understand that bears are murder hobos, okay? Like, I know there's the whole thing about, like, you fight back or you, like, lay down or you run away. It's like, I know them. I know that there's survival techniques here. And all of that would fly out of my mind as soon as I see one. And I know this about myself. I have to stay away from the bears. Okay? I gotta stay away from them. They managed to drill into your mind that there's nothing more horrifying than a baby bear. Oh yeah, see, I know that. I know to be afraid if you see the little ones. But unfortunately, it's the big ones that have the big squish appeal to me because I just see them as beanbags. Like big, lovable, puppy beanbags. And I know that's not right. And so, like, sometimes the way you can choose to survive is to stay away from the bears.
Just remember, if you ever see a bear, while you may want to hug it, you have to share. And I really want to see bears as well. So if you ever see a bear in the wild, your first action should always be to call me. That way, I too can enjoy being around bears.
Do you think you could fight a bear?
I think I could stop you from hugging one.
Okay, that's fair. That's valid. That's, you know what? That's valid. Okay, gonna keep closing off this side, I guess. Sorry. I got so distracted on this foot, and I don't know why. I feel like I've been working on this foot for the last 20 minutes. Crease. We'll stitch around the front. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then decrease. Okay, cool. So, like, a number of these pieces are going to require, like, modification after being stitched, I think. Like, the tail is going to need to be folded over these feet as well, because I want that to be, like, the front of the kneecap. I'm creating a foot that needs to be, like, folded up. If that makes sense to folks. Hopefully it does. Oh, goody. Didn't write down either of the last 2 rows. Love that for me. Let's try this again. So that was 4 single crochet, bringing us down to 8, which means that one must have been 6. So that's 10, 11, 12, 16. That was 16 up there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8. So that must have been 8. Yeah, that mathematically checks out. Yeah. Mr. Burns wants to hug it too, so you tell him, and then he can bear hug me until the real bear is out of range. Yeah, no, it's like he's got my back. He does. I'm doing the thing again where I'm going to make us sew the bottom of the foot shut. But where is my foot? And then we can, like I said, just use yellow to stitch around that circle, and we'll have the nice little round shape that we want. I just stabbed that straight to my finger. That's okay though, my hands are basically made out of leather at this point. Tried to crochet without a stitch marker, too much anxiety for you? I think that it's because, like, I can kind of get away with it because, first of all, landmarks. Like, I use increases and decreases in their position to tell me where I am. But also, counting. Counting is like a thing I've always done. Like, okay, you got 8 hours left at work, I'm going to count. Well, work's not a good example. Like, end of an exam. Okay, cool. There's like 45 minutes before you're allowed to leave that exam. You calculate how many seconds there are, and you count how many seconds that, like, counting has just been like a coping mechanism of mine. And so, like, it naturally lends itself towards, like, I'm just inherently keeping count. He's just, I'm sorry, he's still just like this chubby little guy. I'm going to stitch a toenail on, we'll stitch the little circle on, but I'm going to move on at this point. I tend to do top of head, but I'm going to do... What just flew across the screen? I heard it land. I don't know what it was. I'm going to do some of the tummy crescents as well. I think that'll help bring it together. And I'm not doing anything I can to avoid doing the head. What are you talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about. Please don't start a list of things Mr. Bones thinks he can fight. I'm hoping that by not bringing them up all the time, he'll forget that he thinks he can fight them. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Please note that it is the official position of this channel that you cannot fight bears. And you shouldn't fight bears. You should hug bears. Except you shouldn't hug bears. That's bad advice to people. Okay, I'm going to start with 8. Because this is the bib. And 1 for turning. And we're going to slip stitch, single, too much too soon, half double, double. Except we're going to do double the doubles. We're going to double the doubles and then half the half doubles. Oh, I should write this down. It's worked really nicely and I'm going to forget if I don't write it down. I also, Kitticus, I love that story as well. So just to read the chat here, I always love the story of the park rangers trying to find a happy medium for the bins between the cleverness of bears and the dumbness of humans. Yeah, it turns out there's significant crossover between the smartest of bears and the dumbest of tourists. And there's something about that fills me with fiendish glee. They have to make bins that are complicated enough to keep the smartest bears out, but not so complicated that the humans can't work out how to use them. And there's just nothing not delightful about that whole premise. Like, park rangers put up with so much. See, it's a good crochet. Look at me, I wrote it down. Woo! Because you're crocheting a giant pillow, Squog. I think next year for April Fools I'll call myself the smallest pillow. Okay. Hopefully it falls on a stream day and I'll get to see it. There we are. There is his little bib. It's the first layer of it anyway. Keeping in mind that a lot of this gets covered by tongue. Sorry, one of my butt muscles is cramping up. I just need a second. Turn the camera off. There we go. Oh my goodness. Ow. Hi Nat, I did not leave because you turned up. I'm still here. I'm just stretching. I'll be back in just a minute. What's up, honey? No, I do not need assistance, thank you. So you all think he's the moral compass of this stream, but I have to keep him in line as well. Okay, cool. I'm gonna show you something while I stretch this out. There we go, and there we go. So we have, give it a second, there we go. This is, I mean, there's a lick of tongue in the middle of the screen. We have a high definition camera now. Well, sorry, it's not a high definition camera, it's just another camera. And look, Caterpickle's here in the highest definition he has ever been, still holding his little bobby pin. You see all his stitches, and this is the gang from the recent times. Caterpickle, there's no need to be that scared. Where can I put you in the family photo? There you go. There we are. Featured guest Nat has arrived. It's been a while since Nat's been able to be here. It's just, I also can't sit for even 1 second longer. I just need a minute. So yeah, there's the gang. They're all here. We made Haunter today, and we made Dugong today. And we're currently working on Licky Tongue, even if they're not currently on camera. April Fools will eventually fall on a Sunday again, never fear. Okay, I think I'm alright. I think I'm coming back now. It's really cool to be able to swap to that camera though. I really appreciate that. Okay. Oh, there we go. Sorry, it takes me a second to set up and take down again. And we'll turn the light off. And we'll turn the camera back on. And we're back. Okay, so I've made the first level of bib here. The half, yeah, Haunter is just half the ghost he wants to be. We'll get that fixed up before next week, we will. So I've made one layer of the bib. And then I just want to make one of the smaller stripes because I feel like the next three will be all the same. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I know it's years away, but I also just want to point out the fact that there's over 1,000 Pokemon to make and I've made 187. So, like, as long as you guys keep turning up, there is a pretty good chance that I will as well. 1, 2, 3, 4. Because it's like, this all got separated from the main channel for a number of reasons, but also like, the stream is not something that I do to, you know, I don't know, what's a good way to put this? Okay, I make about $12 a stream. This is my hobby. I think is the nicest way I can put it. So like, even if I'm not doing complicated knots forever, there's a pretty good chance that I'll still be here on a Sunday doing this part of it anyway, right? I think that's a good way to put it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, cool, so that's 12. I only wanted to chain 11, but we'll make it work by frogging one. Let's slip stitch, slip stitch, single crochet, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 2 slip stitches. Oh yes, no, we are quite well. Thank you for asking that. Yeah, it's good. Time is kind of getting away from us a little bit, but in general, I think it's pretty peaceful times here. Didn't write any of that down. 6 single crochet and 2 slip stitches. Yeah. What animal do I think it's based off? I genuinely think it's based off a wad of chewing gum. But I think there's some like gecko type elements in it, like with the whole tongue thing. So yeah, and then I would do that exact same stripe again, one and one. So that's good. That's the stripe sorted. So now we have tail or we have top of head, and I feel like I can't put off the top of the head any longer, can I? I'm going to do the tongue instead. I wrote Tongle instead of Tongu, and that's your fault, chat. You did that to me. Your work approved headphones at work, so now you can lurk in the lives. Oh, I love that for you, Crafty Kitty. Oh, it's a needle on the loose. Alrighty, so for the tongue, I think I'll start with a magic ring of 6 and then take it out to 8 stitches so that it's a little bit wider than it is tall. And then we'll just make a tube and see how we feel about it. Why? Okay, why are we making... What, honey, why are you pitching a Wombelian? Or is it a Chambat? Please explain. The unzipping was ominous.
Nat was asking what Lickitung is based off of.
Ah!
I think Lickitung is a chameleon crossed with a wombat.
Oh, okay. I kind of get it.
It changed to pink and they went, you know what? I like this. And stayed pink.
Thank you, Darcy. I appreciate you as well. You've kind of gag-ordered me here a little bit though, and not allowing me to respond to that. But I appreciate you, I do. Also, I hope you're feeling better. Sorry, I saw your comment earlier and I just never sort of kind of got lost in the tide. But you mentioned that today was a good day to be homesick, and I was like, okay. I hope you're not too unwell, and I hope that you got sick at least doing something fun, like eating some delicious food, or being out at a good event, or you know the fun ways to get sick. Okay, so I think we have reached tongue width. Okay, sorry, I don't know what it is about this. It's like, it's weird. It's kind of like I'm back in like Mr. Mime days. I'm having like that slightly skeeved out feeling the whole time I'm working on this one particular piece, which is funny because like I have nothing against Lickitung. I actually kind of like the little dude. It's just he's making a giant tongue is skeeving me out today. No, I just think I need to do maybe 10 rows of 8. We'll see. I'm just going to do... I put a marker in anyway, so I can just like count them up afterwards. But we're just going to do a whole bunch of rows. And then we'll make him a little lid that fits over the top. And that's the top of his head. And then we'll do the name vote while I work up the tail. Like, we're making excellent time today. We're only just past 5 hours. We're on our 3rd Pokemon, and we're going to finish him well and truly in the next hour. So... that's good. That's the pace I would like to keep for the rest of them because, as mentioned, we had, at the start of this stream, 36 Pokemon to go. At the end of this stream, we'll be down to 33. And if we can just do 3 Pokemon every week, we only have 11 weeks to go now. No, there's a chest infection going around. Oh, okay, that's like the least... and you got it at work. Like, you got the least fun type of sick from the least fun place. Oh my gosh. I could always make the tongue like a leaf. I don't know if that's better or worse, Nat. Oh, bye, Bug. Sorry, I missed you there. Ooh, you found a bunch of, like... some of the rugs back from the 90s. That's amazing. Like, don't let anyone cut them up and turn them into clothing. I beg, please. No, I mean, absolutely do that if it preserves the legacy of them, I guess. It's just, I can be opinionated. Why wouldn't I be? What's up?
Oh, no, you don't have Discord on the screen.
I can put it on the screen, though. I was looking at the Pokédex last.
Not necessarily a good idea.
Oh, did you come in to tell me not to look? Because now I really want to look.
Oh, if you were already looking, I was going to see you watch it.
Oh,
Yeah,
is that what you... Is that...
Oh,
Why
no,
did you do that?
You missed a lot.
I did. I don't tend to look at Discord because, like, it distracts me from the main event, which is you guys. It's chat. That is deeply unsettling. That is from an hour and a half ago. Oh, it just gets worse. What's happening? Oh, no. Honey, you're supposed to be the moderator. Oh. I love that GIF so much. It's the best. Get it off the screen. Get it off the screen. I've left the Discord. I've left my own Discord. My mouse is broken. There we go. Like, it literally won't scroll or anything. It's fine. It's fine. Stop clicking. We're okay. I just had to get it off the screen. Oh. I'm so sorry. There's just this one clip that kills me every time, and it's the squirrel eating from the bird feeder, clinging with its little back feet as it just gives up. I'm sorry, I'm scrolling over to heart your comment, Sam. Thank you very much. I appreciate you as well. Please, nobody feel obliged to sponsor the channel. This is a new mouse, and it has just straight up stopped working when I had my meltdown. So ending stream is going to be super interesting for me. I must have bumped something that turned the sensitivity down or something. Okay, we'll keep it limping along. We're good. We're good. I appreciate all of you. I'm fine. I'm back. I'm good. It's that dang squirrel every time. I can't help it. It's instant. It's like there is a joy button in my brain, and it is hit by literally just that one thing. You thought the leaf would be interesting for the middle indentation that tongues have? Yeah, I was just going to sew down the middle. I see what I'm flipping what you're frying, though. I do understand sort of how you arrived at the leaf thing. The honey, you're supposed to be the moderator comment was about a combination of the Baldur's Gate thing that's happening on Discord and the picture of the like 7 licker tongues all licking the screen. Of course, I've seen Mark Rober's squirrel courses. They're amazing. I'm not going back to the Discord. It's a trap. I'll check it out later. Squirrels are all joy. Like, they're delightful. They really are. Honestly, I get a similar amount of joy from watching any, like, little creature just go about its little creature life. But, yeah. Squirrels have a lot of personality, and so do raccoons. Whew. Okay, I'm good. I feel like my lungs have been rattled loose, but we're good. Whew. I have seen the Octopus Obstacle course as well. I'll admit that I don't watch a lot of Mark Rober, but when I do, he's almost definitely interacting with animals. Okay, that tongue has to be longer. Like, it's doing its best, but it's definitely, like, there's measuring lines on his stomach, and it definitely needs to come down a few more rows. I'm glad I used a different pink. It's not a drastically different pink, but it's a slightly different pink, and I actually think it's doing good things. What's going to suck here is that I'm pretty sure I'm going to nail, like, the body and the tongue and everything else, and I just feel like the head is going to just come out wrong. It's like, I'm feeling very like odd about the head at the moment. It's just like I've got a bad feeling about this. Squirrel, bird feeder, amigurumi went. Stop it. I'm fine. I'm just not picturing it. I'm holding an empty square in my mind. Oh, I love that. Your parents live in a small town. They have 2 albino squirrels that live in their yard. Any given year? Well, for a while I lived across from Perth Zoo. And what's fun about Perth Zoo is the fact that at one point they had squirrels in the zoo. And then the squirrels decided they didn't want to be in the zoo anymore. And so now the suburb next to Perth Zoo has a native squirrel population. And they're cute. They never came across to my side, but I would go for like walks in the parks around the area, and sometimes you'd get to see one. And it was really nice. I make the squirrel, you can make the bird feeder. Well, I mean, we already have squirrels. Oh, hi Faye. I'm glad you could make some of it as well. I feel like some of the OG gang is assembling at the moment. Not that I don't play favorites. It's just like, yeah, this stream as a channel and as like a collection of people who come to the streams, it's small enough that I recognize the names a lot of the time. And so like it's cool when I see a new name, but it's really cool when I see like the old names pop up. Thought they were chipmunks? Oh no, they're definitely squirrels. Don't get me wrong, I think that like there's room there for interpretation if you want there to be. But their original intention was definitely squirrel. Alright, this is about as much tongue as I think I can deal with at the moment. Of course I do, jumbled knots. Of course I do. That feels like it's the right length, right? Even if it's not, we might stop there. Maybe put some wire in it so I can do all kinds of crazy nonsense with it. But there we go. I know that at some point I'm going to have to make licky licky, but today is not that day. I took the stitch marker out. I am a moron. It's fine. I'll just count the rows myself. It's fine. Sorry, negative self-talk is bad and you shouldn't do it.
You're a pretty lady.
It was also stupid sometimes. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Strong and powerful.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So it was 12 rows. Ah, there's a pick and pet tax. Okay. That's good. The ferals are doing their job if they've trapped you in the comfy chair, and I'm assuming Mitch is also doing his job of bringing you beverages. Don't panic. I'm not panicking. Did I ever tell you about the vacuum cleaner I once had, which was called Vampire, because it sucks dust? Okay, I understand that this is a very strange collection of bits, but I can see the vision, okay? It's definitely coming together. Now, head. It is finally time to make the head. That was the brand. I thought you just named your vacuum cleaner. I loved that. Mitch is currently cooking more pasta for the meatballs and fettuccine dinner. Ooh. I bet your house smells good, but I bet you probably can't smell it right now because you've got pneumonia, and I'm sorry for rubbing that in. What's this? A shovel? Why am I digging? Yeah, no. Okay, good. I'm glad that he's looking after you, because, like, that's good. That sounds like good food to help keep your strength up. Very good. Mr. Bones. Hold, please. I'm going to give this one my best shot. Excuse me, Torty. He's zooming around the room. He got caught on the pedestal fan. For anyone who missed the joke of what's happening here, I thought it was too funny not to try. Don't get me wrong, I wish I was better at the doodles than I am, but practice is how you get better at the doodles. So, here we are. It's Licky Tongue stuck in a pedestal fan. So yeah, it's just like, it's very specific to the squirrel that brings me the joy. I can have fun with the concept though. Okay, and I'm making the head. I remember this now. You were thinking ceiling fan? Let me just rotate the page. Well, maybe it's one of those like big industrial fans, like the ones you see at gyms. Oh, don't get me wrong here. Licky Tongue did this to himself on purpose. This is his idea of a good time. What colour is the inside of his mouth? It's... Oh, I forgot to turn the sprite back on. I'm so sorry. Oh, wow. I forgot my mouse was broken. Oh, it's a brand new mouse. That's so annoying. You can kind of see it, like I could have done it a different colour, but I ended up deciding to just use the same pink and just letting the shadow form itself. Because, like, the whole point is that, like, the inside of the mouth looks like a different colour. But in the shadows, wow. In the shadows, it'll get the job done, I think, on its own. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Plus, it meant I didn't have to worry about dealing with colour changes. And sometimes that's a win. And we take our wins where we can. Right, so I know I have to get up to at least 18 stitches around, which is what we are in the middle of doing. Licky Tongue is absolutely intentionally holding onto that fan. He doesn't care about the heaters, he focuses on the fans. Now, I'm only going to have a couple of rows to accomplish a lot with here. And that's okay. Like, it should be more than enough. It's just like I know that the top dome of his head needs to be quite thin. Because I drew it way too big here. It actually needs to be, like, way narrower than that. But that is, I think, the right distance around. Let me just check my notes. Yeah, okay. So the bottom jaw is 18 around. So that's about as around as I want the top of the head. I could potentially go one size larger if I wanted to. I'm going to see if I need to before I do. Licky Tongue as he's spinning around the fan. I regret nothing! It's more like, oh, I don't know how to do that, like a thunk, 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 thunk without doing something inappropriate, so I'm not going to do it. Yeah, see? She can be taught. It's good to know how much of a delay you're on though, honey. Oh yeah, see? To proof that the dinosaurs could have had beaks. Why not? Just like, admire my artwork. Give me the positive reinforcement, please and thank you. You didn't tell us that your stove had broken. If it makes you feel better, my washing machine burst last night. We're trying to work out what the problem is and we're hoping it's just the hose at the back. Me and water damage. It's a yearly occurrence. Hi, Amy. Oh, it will just mean that like whenever you put washing through it, the whole bathroom floor gets washed. So yeah, it's a little less dramatic than burst makes it sound. I think it's just the hose at the back is cracked. But anyway, yeah, it just is. It's just the way this place is. Everything's getting old though. It's like, honestly, I should probably start like budgeting to replace a few appliances. What is the thing with the long neck? That is a guwawa. It is a equal parts goose, swan, and chihuahua. So it's a guwawa. No, we're not having water issues. We're not. It's fine. It's just a washing machine. It's not broken, that's just efficiency. Clean the whole room at once, yeah. Alright, sorry, I'm trying to find my last increase so that I don't overlap myself. Alright, that was an increase there. There we go. So that's one row of 18 around. See how good? I think that works really, really good. I might do one more row because he's a little flat-headed. Nice flathead. Gotta stop making that joke. It's a joke from Land Before Time, just in case it's also a joke from somewhere else. Or we were boiling water for hot dogs and half an hour later we still hadn't got boiled water until we noticed the stove was cracked. No! Wait, Nat, where is your confusion coming from? How do you cook hot dogs if not in a pot of boiling water? I think I just slammed face first into another one of those like kettles and toasters things. Okay, still cool. New stove and oven is fun. Like silver linings. In a pan. No, that's how you cook sausages though. Hot dogs are different. Okay, I think this is okay, but I think I need to make the head a little... I don't know if sewing's going to get the job done here. Sorry, I don't know if it's on screen. Like, I'm on the right track, but I don't know if I'm quite nailing this. I think I might need to make the head one row bigger around. But it is fitting, it's slooping so nicely here. I just don't like the look of the lip. And I don't know what to do about it. Can I live with it? Yes, I can live with it. Let's put some eyes in and see if that helps me. Honestly, it's probably too small for these eyes. These eyes are going to look ridiculous. That looks about right. I don't know how we feel about this. I'm going to pin it in place. I'm just going to keep on keeping on. And maybe once it's all sewn together, I'll like it a little more. I think it's because his mouth is meant to be like open more. Like an open maw. But instead it's like he's like, ooh, you know? Cocktail sausages go in the oven with honey and mustard. What? I think it's a nice upper head. Thank you, Nat. A metaphor I was using before was a teapot, and so that's the lid of the teapot. I think the eyes are helping a little bit. No, the colours are pretty accurate on the screen here. I just don't know if I love how like closed-lipped he is around. I have two options here, right? So I can make it a little taller around like the back of the head to give us that open mouth look, but it means I have to put a roof into the lid of the mouth. Whereas if I do it like this, I can literally call the headpiece here. It's just, it does look like he's like, instead of, you know? But I don't know if it's reading necessarily as... But it's not reading as. It's just, it's very, very... Thanks. That's how you eliminate all nouns, apparently, from a sentence. The eyes are helping. Yeah, that's true. Okay, well, I'm going to do the name vote. Let's get that started, and then I'll just work on the tail. The head might change shape before you see it again next week. I haven't decided. Oh, good. The mouse is very broken. We are limping this in at the buzzer right now. There we go. Starter bowl. Actually, you know what? Hold on. I'm going to fix this mouse before I do anything else. Tell me I have the software installed here. I don't have the driver's software installed here. We're okay. We are fine. The name is Slurp. Or... Oh, thank you, honey. Hubba Bubba? Hubba Bubba? Add option. And Nom Nom. I kind of nixed Princess Bubblegum, and I stand by it. We can use Bonnibel though. I just don't like the name Princess Bubblegum for him. Like Bonnibel is Princess Bubblegum's name is Bonnibel. For anyone who didn't know. But it's less like calling it Mickey Mouse and more like just calling it Mickey. Head needs to be a little bigger. Yeah. Top of the head taller. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, Bubblegum without the princess, maybe. This is just the most ridiculous bunch of onomatopoeia. Seriously. Yeah, we like bubblegum. I was just like, it was literally just because it's like so closely tied to a character. I don't have anything wrong. Like, I like the character. Sorry, I'm being horrifically scarred at the concept of this, like, dirty water dogs that Corey is talking about, where you use one pot of water to boil hot dogs all day. That has to gain a fragrance. See, I knew I would let you down with the head. Talking to him, not you guys. I don't think I've let you guys down. I think I've let him down. Can start working on the tail in the meantime. I need more reference images, but I can't handle using that mouse. And so I won't handle using that mouse, and you can't make me. Maybe instead of 18, I go up a level so that it's less of a tight fit, and I go up to 21, which should still be a relatively nice fit. Just see how we feel about it. So I'll just frog back a level. I think that's one row of 18 single crochet around. Oh no, there is still a tail. There is a tail. I'm still just working on the head though. Dang it, I cannot scroll with this mouse. I would just, whatever is on the screen is what's on the screen. What is going on? Okay, never mind. Never mind. That's why we have moderators. It's just like it's not my business what's going on. Don't forget to add the paw pads. I seldom forget to add the details, but should I ever forget to add the details, you are absolutely correct to pounce on me at the start of stream when I show off the previous streams stuff, because like poor Espeon once spent a whole year of their life missing their head gem. So with Golduck I was just like, we got to put that on straight away. Like poor Slowbro at the moment is still living life without nostrils because I just haven't gotten around to it, but I remember it and that's why he's still on the desk. He does have thumb spikes and paw beans. Correct. He has a single thumbnail. He has aspirations. Well, it looks like you guys are pretty sure what you want this guy's name to be. Love that. I think that's great. You'd make a ball and push part of it in? Yeah, I'm thinking about doing something like that. It's one of those, like, there's a reason why I started where I did and why I've built so many of the other pieces up, and it's to do with self-esteem. It's because like I knew I was going to have a hard time getting the head looking exactly the way I want it to, and I'm going to have to try a few things, but in the meantime I'm really pleased with how massive elements of this have come out already, so it takes the edge off of the need to get the gold star on the first try. His tongue has ear paws in it. I don't want to read that sentence ever again. Oh my goodness, that's so much better instantly. So now it's 21 around. I'll still fasten it down. Don't know what that whiny sound was, sorry. Like it just leaves him a little bit more room for his brain, which is important. Could fold this up a little. But I think that just looks clumsy. Okay. Let's close off this name vote, shall we? Please forgive how long it's going to take me to get the mouse from one screen to another. I think the driver stopped working midstream. That's fine. Let's close this off. The name is officially Hubba Bubba. Hubba Bubba. And Hubba Bubba is our 118th Pokemon. Yeah, one with 45% of the votes. So let's do the final reveals. I'll make the tail off stream. I'm kind of done. Like the tail, as I mentioned before, I'm going to make it as like a long tube. We're going to stuff the bottom half and just fold it over. So that's just like the plan there. But it's basically just going to be me sitting here making a giant pink tube. So let's go... not to that button. Let's go to this button. All right. So today's theme, as you know, here we go, was one-eyed, one-horned flying purple people eaters, and you guys revealed 3 out of the 5 spaces. So we have one-eyed, one-horned, flying, purple, and people eater. So the one eye, I had to work really hard to come up with an answer for this one here, but I managed to find one that fits the clue in 2 different ways. So here we have Starmie, right? One eye. I will not be dissuaded on this. It either has 0 eyes or 1 eye, and I think 1 eye counts. But there's also, Starmie has 1 letter I in it as well, just in case there was too much of an argument or someone found something in Bulbapedia to prove me wrong about the eyes. So, yeah. So, yeah, that's the one-eyed, one-horned, and then flying. I saw guesses that it was either Fearow or it was Pidgeotto, and it was Pidgeotto. That beautiful caramel brown. Rejected again. 2nd week in a row. Alright, so yeah, that kind of brings us to the end of the stream today. Might feel a little abrupt, but I think we got a lot of work done. So yeah, I will see you guys all next week. I hope you have a great time zone. And yeah, that's kind of it. That's kind of it. Oh, and next week I'll have an updated intro and Pokédex scroll for us with all of the new Pokemon in it, because we got a lot done this month. We did. Alright, finding the off button. It's here somewhere. There it is. Okay. Night, guys. Thanks for hanging out. And everyone who's sick, I hope you feel better. Yeah. That's not the end screen. There we go.